stay on my vacation. So I love it. So it's like coming home. This is our 9th Destination D23, which is pretty incredible, right? And we have members here not only from across the United States, but from all over the world, including Canada, Italy, Great Britain, Germany, Brazil, and Mexico. So welcome, everyone. And that welcome extends to all the Gold members who are tuning in right now on our Gold Theater live stream. We're excited to share all the best of Destination D23 with our members at home. And you can actually see the Gold Theater chat right now. Folks have been sharing where they're watching from. We heard from people from Spain, Philadelphia, Sonoma. There's somebody in the room in Coronado Springs. So, anyways, it's so great. And hello, everyone on the live stream. Before we get started, I just want to say thank you for being a part of D23 and for being a part of this incredible fan community. Members are truly the DNA of D23, and you are the reason why we do what we do. I also really want to personally thank a very special individual who has affected my life and just about every person in this room. Walt Disney was a visionary, an inspiration, a dreamer, and an innovator. And he charted the course of my life, establishing a lifelong career of over 30 years, met my wife of over 30 years, sharing all the things Disney with my family, and having the opportunity to be here with this incredible community of fans. And just think, if there was no Disney in the world, how different our lives would be. And the connection we share is truly magical and real. So thank you, Walt, for having the dream and the determination to create something that had never been done before, so that we can continue to share your dream and find the happiness in our lives every day. And at D23, we are all Disney fans just like you, and we are so excited to be here. This weekend's festivities would not be possible without our presenting sponsor, Love, who's back with us for a And a big thanks to all of our sponsors. Their support really means the world. And a special thank you to our friends and partners who are with us here today, who continue to preserve the legacy of the Walt Disney throughout the world. The Walt Disney Birthplace in Chicago, the Walt Disney Hometown Museum in Washington, Missouri, and the Walt Disney Family Museum in San Francisco. Thank you for everything that you do. Now this year's Destination D23 is already off to a memorable start. We really set the world in motion on Thursday night as we celebrated the finale of our current D23 On the Road series and the 30th anniversary of the Goofy movie. It was so much fun. So much fun. And we had a spooky good time last night. I saw a few of you at this not so scary Halloween party. We're hanging out with friends. That was a lot of fun. And there's so much of the best of Disney storytelling yet to come, not to mention a few surprises. Now, the theme of this year's Destination D23 is a journey around the world of Disney. And we're going to do just that. We're going to take you on an adventure celebrating all the beloved Disney memories and moments and offer a peek into the company's unlimited future. Over the next 2 days, D23 is pulling out all the stops. You're going to be hearing from the Walt Disney Archives, Walt Disney Imagineers, amazing animators and storytellers from all around the company. And after today's panels and performances, we hope you're going to join us making a splash tonight at our D23 Utopia Night at Typhoon Lagoon. I cannot wait. And what a better way to celebrate 25 years of Disney's The Emperor's New Groove. So, ooh, baby. All right. Tomorrow, we're going to wrap up this fantastic weekend with something I'm especially looking forward to, the Disney 80s and 90s Celebration and Concert presented by Disney+. You do not want to miss the show-stopping performance featuring so many of your favorite throwback hits. This is really my Disney era, and I cannot wait. By the way, don't forget that your Destination D23 credential can get you some incredible offers at restaurants and shops at Disney Springs all weekend long. So be sure to check out the D23 app for all the details. Now, there's one thing we know about our D23 members, is they love surprises. So I have something to share with you. We have a brand new logo that we're going to reveal. We've taken D23 across the country like never before, and the response has truly been out of this world. New this year is our D23 Spotlight Series. This is in-person events where we take gold members deep into unique Disney topics. And this fall, we're going to get a little spooky with a Halloween Bonanza event in California, featuring a panel of Imagineering and Archives favorites, themed activities, great entertainment, and some eats and treats. Plus, a D23 spectacular event right here at Walt Disney World with Walt Disney Imagineering. So more information to come soon. And fans of the Disney Plus original series, Percy Jackson and the Olympians, you'll be excited to learn we're going to be highlighting the second season in a D23 Spotlight Series event coming in December in California, so more details soon. Also new this year, we reveal our D23 Bowl Theater. This is a virtual event series that brings compelling content exclusively to Gold members anywhere around the world. And coming soon is a spooky D23 Bowl Theater presentation you do not want to miss. And I actually have a very special guest that will join me in just a few minutes to tell you a little bit more. And like I said, this year, D23 really hit the road and held events all over the country, meeting fans where they are. We went to New York for our celebration of the 64-65 World's Fair and a tour of the New Amsterdam Theater. We returned to Walt's hometown of Marceline, Missouri. We traveled to the Bay Area for a tour of Pixar Animation Studios. That was pretty cool. And we helped open exhibits from the Walt Disney Archives from Paris to South Carolina. We held screenings of new Disney films in a ton of cities, and we even invited members out to the ball game with D23 Day at Angel Stadium, where the voice of Stitch himself, Chris Sanders, got to throw out the first pitch. What a fun game. Speaking of bringing the fun to you, I'm especially proud of another new series we started this year, D23 On the Road. This enables us to bring an exclusive D23 movie-going experience to fans all over the country like never before. And our first series celebrated the 30th anniversary of the movie in over 20 cities nationwide, and boy did the fans show up and show out, dressing up like Powerline and singing along with those iconic songs. These hosted screenings are immersive and interactive, and they're just so much fun. I got to go to a few of them, and I love them all. Now, you're the first to hear this. D23 On the Road is coming back, and our next series is going to be celebrating 35 years of the family holiday classic. That's right. We're going to be taking the spirit of the season with the Carousels and all those wacky wet bandits at movie theaters across the country starting November 1st. And as you can see, we'll be visiting cities all over the country, and of course we're going to be making a stop in Chicago, at Chicago Diana, where the film takes place right before Christmas. So be sure to check out D23.com starting today for more info. And look for more mirth and merriment later in the year when we'll be bringing our fan favorite Jolly Holiday event back to the Walt Disney Studio Lot in Burbank on Sunday, December 14th. Also coming very soon is an incredible and very exclusive opportunity for D23 Gold members to tour Los Angeles through the eyes of Walt Disney. And to tell you a little bit more about it and to share more about that upcoming Gold Theater episode I mentioned earlier, I'd like to welcome to the stage our friend and Disney legend, Don Hahn. Don?
I love your new logo.
about the upcoming D23 Gold Theater that you recently just helped produce and shooting. Can you tell us a little more about it?
Yeah, a couple weeks ago, they opened the doors of the Haunted Mansion because they take such a short time, like 11 or 12 days, and they redo it as Nightmare Before Christmas. And it is stunning. I mean, when I started at Disney many years ago, there was a young animator in the D-Wing named Tim Burton. And he had this poem, Nightmare Before Christmas, that he had written, and it's turned into this phenomenon. Well,
That's the best picture ever, Doc.
it is, yeah. I felt like I was just going to get arrested and dragged out of the park when I did this. But, so they opened the doors, and we got to film all the Imagineers and the Disneyland cast members going through and doing the overlay of Nightmare Before Christmas on top of the Haunted Mansion. And it was thrilling. These people are so motivated. They love the history of it. They love the sets of, a place that opened in 1969, and then to put in all the new tricks and getting Mickeys and all the things that they do has been unbelievable. So you're going to see some never-before-seen things that we filmed 4 days in the Haunted Mansion, and it was the treat of a lifetime. So it's going to be really fun to share that with you.
That is awesome. I cannot wait. Yeah, so much. Now, I would also love for you to explain a little bit, like you helped us out with this project, a little more about Walt's Los Angeles tour.
Oh, I love history. I love Disney history. I love what the Archives does. And so we put together a tour of Walt's Los Angeles. This guy is so inspiring to me, and I think most all of you. When he came here at 23 years old, he moved into Kingswell Street, started a studio there with his brother Roy, and had the most extraordinary life full of passion and fun. And we're going to take you on a tour of all those places and kind of literally walk in the footsteps of Walt Disney. Go to his house on Kingswell, go to his studio, the Hyperion studio, go to the main lot, go to Imagineering, and go, most importantly, to the Tambo Chanter and have fish and chips.
I love it. And to top it all off, it's going to be hosted by Benson, the director of the Walt Disney Archives. And you know what? I think we should do something extra special right now. Actually, what do you say, D23? Should we make some magic together? How about this? What if you, our amazing gold members, right here in this room only, got the chance to be the very first to go on the tour? Alright, well here's the deal. We're going to give away, now there's only 16 spots on this tour. It is a small, intimate tour. We're going into small places. We only have so much room on the bus. So we're going to give away 8 pairs of tickets. For the people in this room. Now, you need to first of all be available on October 16th in Los Angeles and meet all the tour requirements. But the best part, the gold members here today who purchase a ticket for Destination D23 are automatically entered into the random selection process to reserve these complimentary tickets for the tour. Who wants in on that? Okay, those selected, you'll hear from us by September 5th. So good luck, keep your ears open, and more LA tour announcements will be coming soon. And guess what, Don? I have some more news to share about our tours on the studio lot.
Here it comes.
We've actually been given the green light to pass along that D23 will be offering more tickets to our studio lot tours. You can actually purchase up to 4 tickets now as part of your tour. And you actually have the opportunity to buy out a whole tour. So it's going to be pretty cool, and we're having some new, really great interactive elements that you do not want to miss.
It's going to be great. It's the kind of thing that is just inside baseball, inside Disney in a way that you can never see anyplace else. So bring your kids, parents, friends, neighbors, your barista, anybody you want to enjoy that experience in the way that you can do.
I love it. Thank you so much. I cannot wait to hear more. And Dawn, thank you so much for being with us. I can't wait to see what more you have in store for us. Thank you. So many great things happening and so many great events coming up. Be sure to keep an eye on D23.com as well as all of our social channels for all the latest information about these and other upcoming events. So thank you so much. Actually, wait a second. I think there's one other event that we might be forgetting to mention. And there's one brand one D23 event that I think you're all very excited about and know you want to hear a little more. But first, I'd like to welcome a very special person who's conjure up the news. What do you say, Nikki? I'm going to let you take the stage and conjure up some magic. What do you say? All right. It's all yours. D23, the ultimate Disney fan event, returns to Anaheim, California, August 14th, 15th, and 16th, 2026. Now we're going to be back at the Anaheim Convention Center, as well as the Honda Center, for all fan favorite showcases and, of course, the Disney Legends Award ceremony. Now, speaking of Disney Legends, there's one final surprise to help reveal a little bit more about our event. And friends, it's the one and only Disney legend, Jodi Benson.
Thank you so much for having me.
Is she just not beautiful? I mean,
She's so sweet. We just went all out princess.
I love it.
It's princess world week. What can I say?
So stunning. Well, thank you so much for being here this weekend and being our host for the weekend. How special is this? Really great.
Any chance that I get to be part of your world, Michael, part of Destination D23, I'm so thrilled. Thank you so much.
Well, you know, Jodi, you have such a great chemistry with your fans, and you connect with your fans on another level. I think we have a lot in common with D23. You know, we like to connect with our fans, right? And it's only fitting that I think it would be great for you to help us lead the way to D23, the ultimate Disney fan event in Anaheim.
I would love that.
So, to that end, I have a surprise for Jodi.
We love surprises.
And actually, I'm going to get something here because it's part of a surprise.
Okay.
It's part of a surprise. Clamshell. We would like to announce that we're going to make you our official D23 fan ambassador. Wherever you go, and there's truly no one better than you in this brand new role. And to celebrate this momentous occasion, we have a little something for you.
Okay.
Actually, for all of you, actually. And I know that this is one of your favorite weekends to celebrate in Anaheim, right?
Yes.
You were there last time with
Yes.
the Legend ceremony.
I was, and it was such a thrill for all the Disney princesses to come out on stage at the ultimate fan event at D23 to honor Mark Hen. It was so glorious. I absolutely loved the special cavalcade. Remember we did that on the official D23 day. We rode through Main Street and we saw so many of you there with us too. That was really a fun day.
That's right. Well, we're actually going to bring back the 23 Day at Disneyland to kick off the week, as well as come back to Angel Stadium for D23 Day at Angel Stadium. So we have a lot coming up, a lot more information to share, and you do not want to miss a thing. So be sure to stay tuned to d23.com for all the information.
I'm so excited.
Yes.
Can't wait. I'm honored. I'm blown away and overwhelmed. Thank you.
Speaking of Disneyland, you were just there this week.
That's right.
This week. What
That's
a
right.
wonderful time.
I don't think I've ever been at Disneyland and Walt Disney World all within a 5-day period. Have you done that before? It's crazy, isn't it? It's crazy and so fun.
Yeah, well, I love Disneyland.
Yes,
I grew up with Disneyland in my backyard, and it just feels like home to me.
Yeah.
And I know Disneyland also has a very special meaning to you.
Yeah, you know, Michael, it really, really does. I had the honor way back when, in 1986, the first starring role I had on Broadway was a musical called Smile. And it lasted, thank you for the 5 people that saw it. I really appreciate that. You know, we had 12 performances on Broadway, but Marvin Hamlish, and of course the iconic Howard Ashman. This was taken on our closing night. Hiding behind tears that we were so heartbroken. But they wrote a song for me called Disneyland. Now this was long before my time with all of you at the Disney family. And it's just really come full circle, all into my 39th year with the company. Who would have ever thought that the brilliant Howard Ashman would feel sorry for a handful of us girls to invite us to audition for Ariel, something to do on the way to the unemployment office. It was so great. And then look at what has happened. Look at all these years that have gone by, and here I have this opportunity to stand in front of all you fans. I'm overwhelmed, and I'm so grateful, and I'm so thankful for this opportunity. And I would be standing here today if it weren't for the legendary Disney legend and my dear friend Howard Ashman, but would it be okay if I shared this song of Disneyland as we celebrate our 70th anniversary for the Disneyland Resort?
What do you say, everyone?
Thank you. I want to invite to the stage my dear friend, our musical director, our musical arranger, our vocal coach for Disney concerts and the Disney Princess beautiful concerts. Please welcome to the stage my dear friend, I can't do this without you, Benjamin Rahalan. So yeah, I'm going to just share this song with you, and I just really, really, really appreciate you inviting me, try not to cry, to invite me to be part of this. This is really magical for me. Thank you. There's nothing to do, there's nothing
Jodi. And we're going to see Jodi throughout the weekend. So the rest of the year, leading up to our big Ultimate Disney Fan event next August. Now, tickets will go on sale in the spring. We're going to have some more information about it online. So be sure to keep your eyes out for all of that. So Destination D23, please put your hands together for Mrs. Jodi Benson.
amigos, a fond greeting to you all. Get ready to journey south of the border in true Disney style as we celebrate the rich history and treasured photography of Walt and El Grupo's journeys to Latin America. Now, please join us in welcoming your hosts from the Walt Disney Archives, Julia Vargas and Francesca Scrimger.
Walt Disney Archives. Since lore behind three of our favorite feathered friends. Yes, so in our first program, we're going to provide an overview of this historic journey, what it set out to achieve using some incredible and rarely seen images from the Walt Disney Archives photo library, which spans some 25 million photos.
In fact, we're going to show you all 25 million of them.
But before our animated compadres asked if they'd been to Bahia or if they had the stars to guide them, the idea of these adventures were sparked on a research trip that changed the creative trajectory of the Disney studio.
So let's hop on the Bahia Express and head back to 1941, where Walt Disney and a group of handpicked individuals lead on a global tour of Latin America. During World War II, the Coordinator for Inter-American Affairs agency asked Hollywood filmmakers to include Latin American themes in their films as part of the Good Neighbor policy.
Walt was personally asked to be a cultural ambassador to South America, so on August 11, 1941, he and El Grupo, the nickname that would be given to his artists that accompanied him, departed.
Interestingly, Walt had brushed off the idea, saying he wasn't good at shaking hands. However, when it was suggested he could concentrate on research and motion picture development, he changed his mind.
So, the Disney group included 18 members in total. There were 15 studio employees, 2 wives, including Walt's wife Lillian, and Walt Disney himself. They didn't all travel together though. When Walt's flight touched down in Rio de Janeiro on August 17, 1941, his group was actually the last to arrive. It was then when the Goodwill Tour officially began.
With their unique background and months of preparation behind them, the members of the Disney party embarked on their adventure, poised for experiences that would inspire and transform them in ways they could have never imagined. El Grupo enjoyed extended stays in Brazil and Argentina, then split up into smaller parties to go to Peru, Chile, Bolivia, and other countries before returning home.
Earlier that summer, other Hollywood stars had attempted Goodwill tours, and let's just say they didn't quite fly the way they hoped.
But Walt and his team, of course, they took a different approach, showing up with open hearts, spirit of friendship, and genuine desire to connect. It made all the difference.
And with the local popularity of Disney films and characters, El Grupo was welcomed with open arms in Latin America, from families and children to government leaders, artists, writers, musicians, and filmmakers. People came forward with warmth and excitement to meet them.
It wasn't about fame, it was about the shared joy of storytelling.
So this trip had 2 goals. First, to build that genuine connection and strengthen understanding between the people of North, Central, and South America, celebrating what unites us while honoring what makes each culture unique.
Second, the Disney team set out to learn, to respectfully engage with the vibrant traditions, music, art, and storytelling of Latin America. These experiences were not just memorable, they offered meaningful insights that would influence the future creative collaborations with deep appreciation for the cultures they encountered.
So, this wasn't just a trip, it was a journey of connection, curiosity, and creative inspiration rooted in mutual respect.
Walt and the Grupo ultimately set a standard for celebrating international culture and mainstream family entertainment.
Yeah, and these 2 feature films that resulted from these trips, Los Amigos in 1943 and The 3 Caballeros in 1945, forged a sense of goodwill among the peoples of the Americas like few works of art ever had.
The cameras never stopped rolling, and luckily for us, neither did the inspiration. The artists returned from their journeys with reels of film, stacks of photographs of art, and heads full of ideas that would come to life in animation.
So today, many of these captured moments live on in the Walt Disney Archives, preserved alongside vintage equipment and records that reflect the spirit of artistic exploration. And who better to guide us through this unique visual history than our Senior Manager of Research and Resident Photography Sleuth, Mike Buckoff!
Thank you so much for the kind intro. Well, within our photography of this historic trip, Walt and El Grupo are often seen holding cameras, constantly capturing stories and culture through 16mm film and still photographs. Filming a record of the group's travels was a key goal of the tour, and Walt gave serious thought to who should handle the camera work initially.
I heard that Herb Ryman was a strong candidate because of his cinematography skills.
Right, but Walt vetoed the idea when he heard this focus solely on his painting. Instead, the primary filming duties went to artist Lee Blair, husband to Mary Blair, and producer Larry Lansford, who utilized an assortment of gear, including a newly purchased Eastman Kodak camera and tripod telephoto lens. Walt told them to capture everything. He wanted to see everything. And as a result, we now have hundreds of rare photographs from this trip safely stored in the Walt Disney Archives collection. Walt also brought his own Bell & Howell film camera and shot a substantial amount of footage himself. So what began as a simple plan for internal documentation began to take on greater significance.
Oh, speaking of the Bell & Howell film, though, don't we still have that camera in the Walt Disney Archives collection today?
We sure do, Francesca. We still have the original manual as well. It's actually out on exhibit right now at Disney the Exhibition, Century of Magic from the Walt Disney Archives. So if you haven't seen it yet, make your plans.
Amazing.
So as previously mentioned, Walt fancied himself a bit of a photographer, so he was often seen crouching, lying on the ground, and even up on a ladder to capture the perfect shot. They truly obtained a treasure trove of live-action footage during their whirlwind tour of Latin America. And some of that candid material would make its leap from backstage to center stage, as footage captured by Walt T would eventually make its way into the film Some of Dos Amigos for its theatrical debut.
But even with hours of film footage, they were still missing some shots, right?
Well, yes. They were busy bees, so they missed out on capturing certain events such as artists boarding planes or sketching gauchos. So the solution was to make them right in Burbank. So back in their travel clothes, the group staged authentic moments at the airport of Burbank with Pandem's help. Boarding the Clipper, lounging in the cabin, posing as if mid-journey.
And in the same spirit of creativity, when they needed footage of the artist sketching, they transformed an open field on the studio lot as a stand-in for Argentina.
So true, Julia. And to match real footage of Argentine gauchos, animator Frank Thomas and Walt posed on a box under an empty sky, mimicking a sketching session. Frank Thomas even said, "They just need the shot. Walt pointing, me drawing, no trees, just sky." We're actually about to play a clip of that, so keep an eye out for that reenactment.
And they lived up to their pictures. A real Wild West show, but felt part of the day's work for a gaucho. Sketching these paisanos in action was no easy job. But they did manage to get a good look at the gaucho's equipment.
How fun was that? Well, in conclusion, thanks to Walt and El Grupo's dedication and creative instincts, Latin American-themed films further laid the groundwork for blending education and entertainment, a style which became a hallmark for many future productions, including Walt's People and Places Travel-Log featurettes and the True Life Adventure films.
Wow, thank you so much, Mike.
Of course.
Thank you all for joining us today for our first installment of the Three Caballeros from El Grupo de Global Classics.
And don't forget to check out our exhibit, Charting the Course, Disney's Global Stories of Inspiration, exclusive to this event. Thank you so much.
Foolish mortals, ghostly creatures, scurvy pirates and scalawags,
Welcome your next panel to the stage. Here are Leslie Iwerks, Tori Atencio McCullough, Kelsey McCullough, and Bobby Lucas.
One of my favorite Imagineers and Disney legends, X Atencio, who you all I know, right? Yeah. This is X's family, and I'm going to scoot up a little bit here so you can see y'all. You know, this is pretty amazing. You've all written this book that's coming out November 4th, thank you. It's called Xavier Atencio, The Legacy of an Artist, Imagineer, and Disney Legend. And it will be available exclusively at Destination D23 attendees this weekend at the Keys of Glendale. So I'm going to introduce you all to these ladies. So Tori Atencio McCullough is X's eldest daughter and the only one of his 4 children who followed in their father's footsteps, having had her own 40-year career at Walt Disney Imagineering and the Interior Design Department. Tori retired in 2016 and later co-authored a book about her Disney career, Women of Walt Disney Imagineering, 12 Women Who Reflect on Their Trailblazing Theme Park Careers. If you don't have it, you get it. Kelsey McCullough is X's first granddaughter, following in the family's footsteps. She started her Disney career working in technology for Disney parks in 2015 and has since moved over to working on technology innovation at Walt Disney Studios. Bobby Lucas is could most closely be defined as X's grandchild-in-law. She is a writer, producer, and film professor in Los Angeles. In the Atencio family tradition, she spent part of her career at Disney, where she worked in the television department. So, how many years has the Atencio family been at Disney now?
87.
87.
Since 1938, there's been an Atencio working for Walt Disney.
Talk about a legacy. Well, let's get started. I just want to hear all about the untold stories. Let's get to know X a little bit more. How did he first get started in art and his career at Disney?
Okay, so let's start at the beginning, Leslie. He was raised in a small rural town in Colorado called Walsenburg, and that's where he grew up. He was a self-taught artist. He had no formal training, but he exhibited very strong drawing skills at an early age. Look at this picture. He drew when he was 8 years old. Like, really? As he was finishing high school, he was the editor-in-chief of his high school newspaper. And he thought, well, I think maybe I'll go into journalism and follow in my father's footsteps. And so he applied to journalism school.
And lucky for all of us, he wasn't accepted. And so he had to figure out pretty quickly what his plan B was going to be. And he had a little bit of a knack for art, and he figured if I can't write for the papers, maybe I could at least draw cartoons for them. And so he applied to art school. There were no art schools in Colorado, so he applied to Chouinard in California, where he had some family, and he moved to Los Angeles. And in 1938, he enrolled at Chouinard for his first semester of art school, and he enrolled in a pre-animation class. And at the time, Chouinard had a very close relationship with Disney, and so for their final assignment, the professor told the class to submit a portfolio, and they would send it to Disney and get feedback for the students from real animators. And X was a self-described procrastinator, so he put it off until the last minute, but ultimately, he submitted his portfolio, and this is just a sample of what he submitted. It was a 12-drawing story about a cowboy named Pacheco who was entering a horseshoe throwing competition. And unbeknownst to him, Disney was actually looking to hire a new class of animators. This was coming off the success of Snow White. They were working on Pinocchio, and so they were looking through these portfolios actually to recruit some new talent. And through a series of coincidences, he actually ended up at the Hyperion studio talking to the hiring manager there, who said to him, hey, we looked through your stuff and like what you've got. How'd you like to come work for us? And as he would always tell the story, he jumped out of his seat and yelled, holy Toledo, would I ever? And he ran the 3 miles home back to his house in Hollywood yelling, I got a job at Disney, I got a job at Disney. And after one semester, that was the end of art school for him and the start of the 46-year career.
Amazing. So once he started the studio, what projects did he get into next?
Yeah, so he started on Pinocchio. They were working on Monster the Whale. And from there, he went. Can you hear me now? Okay, there we go. The slouching blazer. Still, he went to work after Pinocchio fully ripened and continued on under Lily as an assistant animator on Fantasia in the Rite of Spring segment. Okay, now twice. Can everyone hear me? And then continued on working on Dumbo until the animator strike of 1941, and when that ended, he was excited to get back to work, but the world
Switching my mind.
And so the world had other plans. He got a call from Uncle Sam for the military draft for World War II, and he left Disney and his life behind shortly after his 21st birthday.
And he was away in the war for 4 years, actually, and there's a lot of really fascinating stories there. He was part of a top secret aerial intelligence group, but unfortunately that could be a whole other panel in itself. I don't know that we have time for
It's a documentary in and of itself.
Yeah.
Years away.
Yeah, it's amazing. But it's all in the book.
Yeah, it's on the book, so you can check it out. So, well, after 4 years, he comes back to the studio. Tell me what happened next.
Yeah, so he was very happy to come back. Of course, he was lucky to be able to come back, but the world had changed a lot during that time, and the studio had changed. And so he came back to a different place than where he left, and he saw, other animators around him who hadn't been drafted, their careers had progressed, they had become full animators, and he was still an assistant, and during that time, he was doing a lot of the cleanup work for the Goofy shorts. So he would ensure the consistency of the character across the whole film, and at that time he would like to say he knew the Goof better than anybody. And but eventually more doors did begin to open for him. Ward Kimball was interested in kind of playing around with this new, more modern animation style. And he pitched it to Walt, who was a little bit skeptical. But Walt said, you can go ahead with it with the caveat that he couldn't pull any of the feature animators off the film. So he said, go to the assistants if you want to find people to work on it with you. And Ward knew that X drew what he called these pointy nose characters in his personal work. And these are, cards that he would draw for his wife. And that pointy nose look was a bit more in line with that modern aesthetic. And so Ward recruited him to join in one of these films, and the pointy nose characters were kind of in contrast to what X liked to call Disney's fat bunny style at the time. And so they worked together on 2 short films to start, Melody and To Whistle Plum and Boom. And as you can see, this is a very different look for Disney. It was much more experimental. They were trying a lot of different things, and it gave X really a chance to kind of show off his broader artistic range, his design sensibilities, and be a little bit of a bigger fish in a smaller pond at that time. It started to give him a little bit more visibility with Walt, and it also marked a couple major milestones for him. It was his first screen credit after almost 15 years at the studio. He finally got his name in the credits. But it also won an Academy Award to Whistle Plum and Boom for Best Short Subject for Cartoons. And it was the first Academy Award for Disney in over a decade. And funny enough, X actually never saw the Oscar statue until many years later. When D23 came to his home for an interview, they brought the statue with them and took this picture, which is really nice.
Actually, it was many decades later, not many years later. So, television opened up opportunities at the studio, including the start of the Disneyland TV show. And the studio needed now to produce as much film in 1 week as they did in 1 year previously. So this gave people a lot of new opportunities. And at the time, Walt promoted Bill Justice to a cartoon director. And Bill, in turn, asked X to be his right-hand man. So it was really great because they started working on small projects, kind of experimental, and their job was to keep the Disney quality, but keep the cost down. So that so most people don't know that they actually created the credits or the title sequence for the Mickey Mouse Club. And that's the most seen film at the studio in history. So that's quite an accomplishment.
I mean, we all know that title sequence, right? Well, I didn't know all that. And what else would you say we would be surprised by today?
One of my favorites is stop motion animation. A lot of people actually don't know that Disney did much stop motion animation, but X and Bill were continuing to try and find new experimental ways of making content, and they thought stop motion might be an interesting way to make an interesting look and make things quickly, and Walt was supportive of it. And so the first film that they did together was Noah's Ark. It was a short film, and then from there went on to do the title sequences for Shaggy Dog and for The Parent Trap.
And then at that time, the focus of the studio was really shifting to live action. Walt saw potential for what they had done with the stop motion in animation and also for those title sequences to be great special effects in those live action films. So in 1959, Walt sent Bill an memo saying that there was a sequence in Babes in Toyland that needed puppet style animation. And that was the March of the Toys. X and Bill took what they had worked on in these other forms and really iterated and made and designed many of the toys. X himself was most proud of the toy soldiers, and a little subtle Easter egg is that he made the straps in the form of a giant X across their chest and back.
So another fun fact is that he loved his toy soldiers all through his life. And so he loved watching them in the Christmas Fantasy Parade every Christmas morning. So the same stop motion animation that they used in Babes in Toyland was used in Mary Poppins. And so they were responsible for this nursery scene that you see here. As you can see, they had to do some very creative visual effects to get those toys to go back into the toy chest. And so what they did was they filmed it and then ran it backwards. And then the same, So X was responsible for animating the bird that Mary held on her hand. And that was the same technology that they were using to do the audio animatronics of birds in the tiki room. And at the same time, X was working on those birds. So he realized that after working on that he had no patience for animatronics. It was his least favorite assignment he ever had. But the good thing is that he got this great picture in National Geographic because of this.
As luck would have it, he was in that Geo.
Yeah.
Well, what finally did bring X to Walt Disney Adventure at the time?
Yeah, so it's a funny story. The last thing that he was working on at the studio was a short film that was based on doodles that Walt would do during meetings. And he was really having a hard time kind of figuring out what the story was. And they were going into their third meeting with Walt about it. And X was never one to mince words. And so very quickly he admitted, he said, "Walt, I don't think we know what the hell we're doing here." And as he told the story, Walt very slowly kind of raised one eyebrow and stood up and reached across the table to shake his hand. And he said, "I always appreciate an honest man, and I think now's the time to scrap the whole thing." So they leave it there, and the next day he gets a call to come to Walt's office. And he gets to Walt's office, and Walt says, "I'd like to send you over to Lead." So he's kind of thinking maybe he's being punished for not being able to figure out this doodle short. And it doesn't help that once he gets over there, he has no idea what he's supposed to be doing, and neither does anybody else. So he found an old friend, Claude Coates, a pal of his from the studio, and he stuck by Claude, and Claude was working on Primeval World at the time. And so X decided to help him out on that, and in a real full circle moment, Primeval World was inspired by the Red Spring segment from Fantasia that he had worked on early in his animation career.
Well, I know the topic of the discussion is the untold story of X Atencio, but we have to talk about one of the most well-known works, Yo Ho, Pirate's Life for Me, right? Well, let's hear that story.
Yeah. So after a month and a half of that existential crisis of what am I doing here, Walt asked X to create a story and script around Mark Davis's drawings for Pirates of the Caribbean. X's response to Walt was that he wasn't a writer, but Walt Walt said, I think you can do it. In retrospect, Walt's faith in him wasn't unfounded, given X's early interest in writing, as Corey mentioned, and everything else he had done along the way. He wrote a lot of Christmas cards that are in the book, a lot of Christmas letters.
Sorry.
There we go.
Thank you.
So, now I see the slide. so this story that most everybody knows is that X is the one who suggested there be a song in Pirates. But what most people don't know is that when he pitched that idea to Walt, he already had the tune in his head. And when he suggested it, he said, Walt, I think we need a song to pull this all together. And it could go something like, yo ho, a pirate's life for me. And with that, Walt said, great, go see George Bruns, who was the music director of the studio, and he can write the score. And with that, he became a lyricist.
Well, I've also heard that X's voice is the skull above the waterfall at Disneyland. Is that right?
That
was new to me.
That is right, yes. And he, into old age, anytime someone would ask, can you do the pirate voice? Can you do the pirate voice? He would always do, that's their duties. But there's an interesting story with that because it was really a last-minute ad. They had brought in all the voice actors, they had finished all of the recordings and sent them home, and then the Imagineers realized that they needed some sort of safety spiel above the waterfall to tell people to keep their arms, hands and arms in the vehicle. And so it was going to be very expensive to bring all of the actors back in, and so X figured, I'll give it a go, and with some clever sound engineering, everyone was so happy with the final result that they put it in, and most people don't realize that it wasn't always part of the original design.
So cool. Well, what else do we not know about X? Okay, so now we got to move on to the Haunted Mansion.
Yeah.
Right? Okay,
Yes.
so tell us about that story. How did you segue over to that?
Well, one thing for me in writing the book that I was shocked to learn is that X almost didn't work on the Haunted Mansion at all. A few months after the opening of Pirates of the Caribbean, and over 2 years before the opening of the Haunted Mansion, X and his wife went to Disneyland for a date night so that he could check on the audio at Pirates, as one does. And he was just shy of 50 years old, and while he was there, he had serious chest pain and suffered a very serious heart attack. And his father had died at 55 of a heart attack, so this was really his wake-up call. He made some major changes. Step 1, stop smoking. Step 2, he integrated daily exercise into his life and ultimately kept it up and lived to be 98 years old.
So one of my favorite stories is that my sister and I actually had a huge contribution to the Haunted Mansion. And that is one time, by this time we knew that what Dad was working on, we had a clue now. And so we went to a friend's house and we watched The Haunting on TV. And we were terrified. It was so scary. So we came home and he said, Dad, you have got to watch this movie. It is so scary. And so somehow he went out and he rented the movie. I don't know how you did that in the 60s, but he did. He rented the movie and he got a screening room in the studio and he showed it to his colleagues. And because of the inspiration of that movie, there's the breathing doors, the wallpaper with eyes in it, and the Gothic architecture that made it into the attraction at the end. So I feel very proud.
So at this point, did you pivot straight from becoming an artist to a writer?
So for Pirates, he really was assigned to being a writer. And then as we talked about, he kind of stumbled into the song lyrics and the voice acting. But, you know, after Pirates, he was really involved in the ideation of these attractions from the beginning. And so he kind of brushed off his art supplies and he did a lot of concept art for attractions like Adventures Through Inner Space, and doing some kind of really different, more like abstract, experimental styles. A lot of concept art for the Haunted Mansion, both for California and for Disney World. They're all coming.
Come on, PowerPoint.
Yeah.
Come on, Keynote.
But they're really fun stuff. Yeah, and for the Mexico Pavilion as well, and many more attractions. But what's really interesting is that at this point in his career, he's really wearing all of these hats. He's doing concept art, he's doing attraction scripting, song lyric writing, he's directing voice talent, he's doing character design. So that whole kind of like squiggly, past in his career really all came together at this point of Imagineering. And he was the first permanent Imagineer to be both a writer and an artist at WED simultaneously.
What would you be most surprised with about his work at Walt Disney World?
Most people don't know that he did the final design of Figment. Yeah, this is the Figment crowd. Tony Baxter had come up with the name and the idea for Figment for the Journey into Imagination Pavilion, but the concept itself was wide open for interpretation. Steve Kirk did the initial drawings, and then he handed it over to X to make him cute and lovable, one of X's specialties. And so we have X to thank for the cute and lovable Figment that we all enjoyed today.
Did X go on to work on Epcot after that?
Oh, you mean after Epcot?
After Epcot.
And after Epcot?
What did you do after that?
No, he didn't. He was working on Epcot and Tokyo Disneyland simultaneously. And so when those two parks opened up, he said, I'm 65 and I think it's time to go. It's time to retire. And so he had great faith in the talent that he had mentored through the years, and he knew he was leaving the place in a fine place. So he retired.
Yeah, and he liked to say, it was his time to go because he was bullish on the future of the company. He was confident in that next generation of talent that he had mentored, and I think it's fair to say that bet paid off. He was amazed to see in his lifetime how the company continued to evolve after his time there, but I think he would be amazed to see all the people in this room today and all of the exciting things coming in the future. So thank you so much for having us and for letting us share his story.
Well, you don't want to miss the book signing tomorrow at 10 a.m. Maybe it's Glendale, is that right?
10 o'clock. It's Glendale, 10 o'clock.
Okay, anything else you want to say about the book?
We hope you enjoy it as much as we enjoyed putting it together. We learned a lot along the way, so I'm sure there's something in there to do for everyone. But we've included a lot of his personal artwork as you've gotten some glimpses of today. And so we're just really happy to share his story with everyone. Thank you so much.
It's a beautiful book, so you just cannot miss it. So I hope you guys get to see it tomorrow. Pick up a copy. Thank you.
Good morning, D23 Gold members. Get ready to set off on a journey to explore Disney storytelling across the continents. Please welcome your host for Disney Around the Globe, the director of the Walt Disney Archives, Becky Klein.
So many of you here. My goodness, we've grown a lot in the last few years, haven't we? So I'm so excited that many of you are going to be joining us for the Walt Disney's tour of Los Angeles coming up. and I'm so excited to be asked to be the host, so we're going to have a good time. So congratulations to whoever wins, and I will see you in October. Now, I just wanted to let you know that this weekend we're really excited to share some of Disney's creative ties to the landscapes, cultures, and storytelling inspired by destinations all over the globe. And during our brief stops, we're not going to have time for a comprehensive look at Disney Connection. So instead, we're going to explore some highlights that you might find particularly interesting. And as you can see, we're going to begin our journey in the diverse and vibrant country of India. Now, whether you grew up with Goliath 2 in 1960, like I did, or Marvel's Eternals in 2021, you probably enjoyed Disney storytelling that was inspired by this country and its very rich cultures. So we're going to begin in the 1960s when Walt and his staff were focused on the creating of an animated version of The Jungle Book. The original tales by Rudyard Kipling channeled the English writer's experiences living in India. And longtime Disney studio artist and writer Bill Peet was tasked with creating a linear story from Kipling's more episodic adventures. And this story jumped back and forth in time, so they tried to create something a little more linear. Interestingly, the Peet's original treatment for The Jungle Book was somewhat darker in tone, and it caused an issue. There were several disagreements between Peet and Walt about the studio's direction on this film, and unfortunately, Bill Peet decided to leave the studio. So as the story evolved in the mid-1960s, more light-hearted characters were added and different light-hearted elements, including music. And the character of Baloo was expanded from just a minor role in the original version of the animated film into a key figure. And his relationship with the man-cub Mowgli became the central portion of the story. Now, behind Walt and Roy in this photo that you see, you'll see story sketches featuring a character that might not be familiar. It's a rhinoceros. And that was a holdover from Bill Peet's original treatment. And Rocky, as the character who came to be known, didn't make the final cut, sadly. But The Jungle Book would become a wild success, and ultimately it was the last animated feature that was personally supervised by Walt Disney himself. Now let's continue into the world of Disney animation, but fast forwarding a half a century later. In 2020, Disney Junior premiered the acclaimed mystery adventure series, Mira, Royal Detective. And that was set in Jaipur, which is a fairyland that was inspired by India. Now while this realm is filled with magical things like flying rickshaws, it's very much based on real elements from South Asian architecture and culture. In the series, the brave and resourceful girl, whose name was Mira, was voiced by Leela Ladner, and she's appointed to the role of Royal Detective, and she'll stop at nothing to solve a case with her friends Miku and Chiku, who are a pair of mongooses who you see here on the left of the picture. Is that supposed to be mongoose? Anyway, let's just say that Cod the Snake wouldn't stand a chance against these two. Another memorable Disney Channel entry is Cheetah Girls. We have some fans out there. This third and final installment of the hit movie series follows the Cheetah-licious girls from their performing in New York City to India, and there they try to star in a film that was directed by an aspiring Bollywood director. The movie was filmed on location in Udaipur, India. Excuse my Indian in India is terrible. Continuing in the world of live action, who's seen Walt Disney Pictures' $1 Million Arm? It's a fabulous film. Please watch it if you get a chance. It's a fabulous film from 2014, and it features, it's based on the true story of a man named J.B. Bernstein, who was he was a sports agent. And it's his true story, and in it he stakes everything that he has on a reality show in India. And in it, he discovers two boys, and they learn the finer points of baseball. But more importantly, he learns about the teamwork, commitment, and what it means to be a family. It's a beautiful, heartwarming show. Now, the colorful posters that you see here represent some of the great family films produced by the Mumbai-based Walt Disney Company India and UTV, which is one of the country's leading media and entertainment companies. Now, while most of these titles were produced in Hindi, the 2011 fantasy feature Once Upon a Warrior was Disney's first film in Telugu. And that was the language of the southern Indian states of Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. In 2016, another notable Disney live-action film was directed by Disney legend Jon Favreau. And it hit theaters and takes us right back to The Jungle Book. Now, to share some insights about the film, I'd like to ask you to give a warm welcome to someone from our team at the Disney Archives, the brilliant Julia Vargas.
So I'm a really big fan of this film, and I learned quite a bit while working on my master's thesis, which actually compared the 2016 live-action version to the original 1967 animated film. And if you think that the original Jungle Book was set in India, there's more to the story. Meeting notes from 1964 actually state that the setting of the original animated film was not India, but just the jungle. So the filmmakers in the 2016 iteration made conscious decisions to try to depict real locations from India that inspired their particular story. Moving picture company film, credited for the bulk of the visual effects for the movie, took thousands of photographs of real locations and creating a massive library of resource material that was matched to the finest detail.
So that means that the backdrops in the jungle that Mowgli travels through encompass the entire environmental diversity of India.
That's right. More so, in the recent film, about 2,000 kids actually auditioned for the role of Mowgli. And so that would actually be the only human character in the film, and he'd be the only one actually shown on screen. So this was important, and the role went to Neil Sethi, whose cultural background is Indian, which makes his portrayal of Mowgli more aligned with Mowgli's original story.
And though his wardrobe is limited, the loincloth that Mowgli wore was inspired by a traditional dhoti, which is a garment that he would have worn as an infant. And actually, we have that loincloth in the archives. It's the only costume from the film. So thank you, Julia. I'm so excited. We had such a wonderful time working with the filmmakers as they worked on and developing the film. They came to the archives, and Disney legend Jon Favreau is a dear friend of us there. Now, I'm inspired to seek a viewing of The Jungle Book before my next session, so we will see all of you at our next stop, which is Disney Around the Globe. Thanks so much.
Everyone, please put your hands together for the original Belle on Broadway, Susan Eden.
How is everybody doing today? That was pretty incredible. Love hearing everything from Becky Klein. She just is in the know. She knows everything. Well, as you know, my Disney journey began in New York City on Broadway in Disney's very first Broadway musical, Beauty and the Beast. Since then, Disney has produced over the last 10 Broadway productions that have been replicated all around the world. And over the past 30 years, so many incredible actors have had the special opportunity to bring these beloved characters in these musicals to life. We are all part of a wonderful extended family, which we're going to talk about in a minute. But before we do, please welcome to the stage my Disney on Broadway cousin, the most magical genie, Michael James Scott.
Got a plan of magical bills. You got so here. Susan Ethan.
I'm just the oldest one. So, we get to be cousins, which is a pretty cool thing.
Yes.
You're probably wondering why, but we'll get to that. But don't you think we should invite our newest family member out to the stage?
Absolutely, we should.
He stars as Lumiere. Oh, Lumiere in the North American tour of Beauty and the Beast. Please give it up to Danny Gardner. Oh, it's Lumiere. So why do we call each other cousin, Michael?
Well, here's the thing. So it's there's an extended family of actors who have had the special opportunity to be cast in a Disney stage musical. So many of us obviously come together for various events throughout the years, and each time we see each other, it's like a family reunion, a big old family reunion. So we're thrilled to welcome Cousin Danny into the family.
So Danny, I know that you're new to this family, and Beauty and the Beast just opened. It's amazing, so please go see it. But I want to ask you, have you already had sort of a core memory in your time at Beauty and the Beast?
So, my wife is actually on tour with Emily Larger, and we have our 4.5-month-old with us.
Can you did you hear that? 4.5 months!
They dress them as a teacup.
Yes. he's the understudy of the ship, eventually.
He's the cover. Yeah.
Exactly. But, for my final callback for Lumiere, that's when we found out that my wife was pregnant. Right before the audition. So I was like, oh my gosh, that's amazing. Yes. Because, and I think I went into the audition and I was like, I just have to tell you, my wife's pregnant. So that's definitely a core memory from the very beginning.
Oh my gosh, that's such a good one. Michael, do you have something?
Oh gosh, I think maybe a core member. So I got to originate the genie in Aladdin down in Australia, which was, come on down under, hey Australia! So it was literally...
Did you come out of the lamp in the opposite direction?
Yes. And it was a day later, actually a day later. So it was truly a life-changing experience, but I will never forget being in Sydney, Australia, and opening night, getting to be there, and I just kept thinking of little chocolate chubby Michael James Scott from Orlando, Florida, yes, who just come on! I could never ever have dreamt that moment to be in Australia premiering and debuting this musical of Aladdin, which means so much to so many people, beginning to play the iconic role of the genie in Australia. It'll be something I'll never forget on opening night, standing there and just taking in this amazing love from the amazing people of Australia. And there I was, somehow landed down under. They got me whether I could win or not.
We are the beneficiaries of that. There is something interesting. Well, I was going to say that, we're Broadway actors. We've done other Broadway shows, but there is something different about doing a Disney on Broadway show.
Yes.
Way back in the day, back when dinosaurs were roaming the planet and Beauty and the Beast was in development, it wasn't a guaranteed success. Disney had never done a Broadway show. We weren't exactly welcomed in New York City at the very beginning, and now it's a foregone conclusion. Of course, Disney's on Broadway, but at the time we weren't sure. But there was something sort of remarkable about being able to walk out on a stage in a blue dress, and the people who came already loved the character because they loved that movie so much. And we were so blessed to be able to show them more. Like there was a Beauty and the Beast 2.0. We had an hour more time. The movie's 90 minutes, the play's 2.5 hours, to get to explore those characters even deeper. And then now the live actions, it's like Disney 3.0, and now we've got Beauty and the Beast 4.0. Anyway, but the point is if you had told me in 1994 that I would still be a part of a family because of a job that I got, I never would have believed it. And it is the greatest treasure in my life, and
It is unique to Disney on Broadway, for sure.
Well, thank you for starting us off.
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Someone had to. So funny. All right, if you could play any character in a Disney on Broadway musical based on your favorite Alan Menken song, Michael, who would you be at Campy Genie? Who is it going to be?
I mean, obviously, Elsa. Thank you very much.
All right, Danny, what do you think? What do you think?
If I could go back in time, I would sing King of New York with the music.
And for you, Miss Susan again.
Well, we've got 4,000 people here today, and I think that's a good time to start a petition. I want Disney on Broadway to do Tangled. I do not want to be the damsel in distress. I want to be her evil mother. Just launched, and Danny's going to give us an amazing preview, but I know that you want to go get ready for that.
Ooh.
So go do that. Ooh. Oh my gosh, he's such a good new family member. Let's keep him.
We're going to be like gossiping family members over here, like, are we going to keep them?
Totally going to keep him. So do you want to introduce this?
Well, yes, well, first, I actually I kind of want to. So this is actually a little fun little tidbit, a little FYI. Beauty and the Beast was my actual first Broadway show I actually got to see when I yes. And so it means so much, and I tell this story a little bit, so we talked about this. But Beauty and the Beast was the first Broadway show I got to see, which also happens to be where I did my first Broadway show as well, which is kind of crazy. But I will never forget, full circle of life. But literally, I was watching the show, and Be Our Guest was happening. And on that stage, and this is something that Disney on Broadway has been doing from the very beginning, from the jump, was diversity and people being on stage who, the colors of the rainbow all on stage together. Yes, it's an amazing thing. But I will never forget, and I told Susan this because it just means so much to me, I will never forget watching Be Our Guest, and there was this one chocolate man who was he was a spoon, and in my head I was like, I can be the spoon. I can be the spoon. And
let's give it. Michael Denby Kane is the actor that you're speaking of. He's one of the most just cherished, beloved people. And yes, he was a spoon.
He was the spoon, and what that meant for me was the spoon symbolized anything, that anything was possible. And so when I got to see, yes, anything is possible, and I got to sit there, and just for me, as I told Susan, Beauty and the Beast literally changed the outlook of what my life could be, because I sat there and saw that anything was possible. So reputation.
Lucky us, because we needed this guy on stage.
This gorgeous woman who was a part of that legacy, but I stand here to tell all of you, anything is possible. And with that, should we get our newest cousin out here?
So many wonderful things about this new production of Beauty and the Beast, but in particular, I have to say, Danny is a tap dance master. And I cannot wait any longer. So Danny, the stage is yours.
Wow!
trivia at 1:15. You won't want to miss it. Bon appetit!
coffee out there? I'm gonna go look for coffee, then I'll be back. Can you check those batteries and see? We'll let them run to 0.
I'm not. Someone really just.
Disney fans, life's full of choices. With D23, the official Disney fan club, you can choose it all. As a D23 Gold member, get access to unforgettable events, both in person and virtual. Exclusive discounts with the new Gold Member Savings Passport. Even digital stories only for D23 Gold members, with plans starting at $49.99. Plus, pick from 4 premium items. Or take home all the magic. The choice is obvious. D23, the official Disney fan club, where Disney fans belong.
that it's taking two concepts that are kind of urban and cars were organized into two sections. The front of the park was Future, the back, the World Showcase. This was a community of ideas in Future and a community of nations in World Showcase. And that was great for a while. But that kind of based on the real world. And the real world changes faster than fantasy. So we have to not only keep it up, but we have to keep up with it. So, in 2016, the Disney engineers who were responsible for designing Disney's parks and attractions set out to transform the Future World section of the park. It was a challenge at first to think about, can we step away from the notion of Future World and yet keep a lot of cool ideas? There's so much that's great in there, we just have to give it a new organization. Instead of one place called Future World, they instead become a series of neighborhoods. And what we came up with was three different ideas here. We have World Discovery, which is really about mission space and test track.
Where you're talking about that anything is possible to even genuine innovation.
We have World Nature, which is about the seeds of Nemo and Friends, and the land.
It's really about natural life from Mother Nature and what our responsibilities are.
What about from Spaceship Earth right through the middle of the park towards World Showcase? Let's call that World Celebration, because that really represents the area of connecting, creating, and dreaming. Those have now become the three neighborhoods that make up the front portion of the park. And the ideas going forward will now be designed to fit into those so that they're very clear to our guests where they are and what to expect from a storytelling standpoint. World Discovery, the neighborhood of innovation. The Imagineers made room for a new cosmic attraction.
Using the universe energy building, we more than double the size. We have to be very deliberate about the logistics of bringing everything inside of a building that has roofs and walls. You can't just kind of bring a crane in and move things around however you want.
The creators of the original story set this fictional planet Xandar in the real and on the galaxy, which gave us the hope to hang some good science stories into our telling of this Guardians of the Galaxy story. From a roller coaster to watch trail in nature, making our path a view where the journey of water is hardly that long. The creative team was given a space in the World Nature neighborhood to envision a brand new experience. We wanted to create this outdoor space, and we really wanted guests to connect with nature.
We started with layouts. What does the path look like, and what do you do along the way?
To create the pathway, Imagineers planted about 200 trees and over 100 varieties of plants. As they travel through, they see that natural life cycle.
I'll have to try and go get some coffee later. It's bad.
Oh, I got him at Run Disney last year. I got the Paris Castle.
Nice.
And like Alani.
Nice.
I do have to run with the restroom
I might try and move the tripod into the center a little bit. Nice. Spaceship Earth and Figment.
Here.
Cool.
The idea was that the music from the time that you enter the park, as you go through different parks, it adapts to your surroundings. So the art, your surroundings,
Yeah, what do you got with that
Right up this is the media section, the next section over the whole front. There's people sitting there though. No.
Oh, this is so cute.
Look at that. Yeah, that's probably fun. It's fun to be I brought a water.
I take a peek over there?
Yeah, sure. So far, I got 6 cows.
Are these any ones you were looking for specifically? Or?
I kind of like them all, I'm seeing what we got. And then we'll go from there. The castles, of course, like I was excited about.
Look at the things that were all
There's
castles.
cruise line.
Okay, there you go.
I've seen a lot of people asking for this Paris castle, so I feel that must be pretty good.
There you go, you
so
got
we'll
it.
see.
And no duplicates.
Not yet. No duplicates yet. Yeah, the what?
Castle in Paris.
Yes, yes. I've loved our trips out to Paris. I think we're planning to go next year for Arendelle opening. So hopefully, but oh my gosh, I love the Remy restaurant. Chez Remy. I always forget the name. But that's super fun.
So everything was Marvel. The restaurants, there were a couple of really great restaurants.
Yeah, I thought so too. Another one.
this off and just lock it. Save battery here. Because they don't have the data infrastructure here. So like when everybody was in the room, we dropped down to like 1 megabit.
You're in my light.
Oh,
there.
Sorry.
Look it! Adam, look at my God!
I'll see it later when I'm not in your light.
Look at that! I love it so much!
And one time my son goes, he needs some pins for trading when they go to Disney World with his girlfriend. He comes in the kitchen and
Not those pins. Exactly. Anything but those.
Yeah. How many pins can you get?
Oh, not many. I mean, over the years, I've been to different special events.
Yes, and our way.
So, like, you know, they give things out in special limited release. And so over, I actually, like, this was a long time ago, 2003, when the party hit, they had 3 hurricanes all at the same time. And I had hurricanes in my and like little things like that. So, you know, my husband and I collected things in that way. And then we have a 3-year-old daughter. And we've been just looking for little things to do with her when we go to the park. So she's having a little little things, just fun, like trading for fun things. So I don't have a huge collection, just things that have been over many years. And then we had some fun festival month. We were on Disneyland for February, so I grabbed this over there.
In of itself is awesome. And that was one of the last restaurants in the Broadway Society, and they had a special
Karen has chosen to see Joel smile as a sign of regret.
I know, well, they were talking about that. My husband is in here. Like, being in the office was like, he did a really good job, we put it into a video format. And so he took some really awesome photos and narrated. And I was telling him how wonderful your video is about Walt's office.
Oh, it's a little boring, but it's good. Yeah, it was
boring.
It's just pictures, you know.
You get talent to do that.
It was so cool, though. Yeah, right. Yeah. But it was fun. It was. I mean, if you get the opportunity to go do it, you got to do it. It was. Yeah.
As I was mentioning, my wife and I did the walking Wow.
Okay.
We went for the 45th.
Cool.
We actually had a meal at
Oh, I want to go to Club 33.
So they during the walk they took you to Club 33. Wow.
You guys
still
are-
any of the castle? Do they
I
still
got
the
2.
So Paris?
I got
do they
Paris
still do that
and then
tour?
I don't know what the other one is.
Is off the tour.
This one on the bottom.
They're like, nope, not doing that anymore. Yeah.
The bottom one. I think it's Hong Kong.
I'm sure.
Yeah, so I got 2.
No, I heard that the tour of the
I didn't
Walt's
get my
apartment
Magic
is pretty
Kingdom,
cool
but
too.
that's okay.
Yeah. Is that part of that one?
But I got outside.
It is. Okay, so you got to see the fire station apartment. Wow. Always on. Yeah. You got a vlogger? That's so cool. That's awesome. You're local?
We live locally.
Someday.
But I would say we're more enthusiasts than we, you know.
Yeah.
It's more of a hobby, but
mainly live streams. Okay. So like when you go to the parks, just live streaming kind of thing? Yep. Long form live stream. How long have you been doing it? 5 years. Has it been 5 years? Do you enjoy it? Yeah. Are you interacting with the community kind of stuff? Yeah. Or are you just no interaction? Oh, it's all interaction. Yeah, it's all interaction. Ask her. She's the interactive one.
you know what, Adam, I'm going to step out.
Yeah, I'm gonna check batteries and all
You're
that.
at 48. I'm
Okay,
both.
alright, cool. We're probably good then. For another. It only goes till 4, right? Yeah. Okay. I'm like, I'll go to Six Flags. Like, we grew up going to Six Flags when we first started dating. I'm like, I'll go to Six Flags.
Oh, you're welcome. I'll be right back, Adam.
Yeah, that was our home. want to. Horror nights?
Yeah, you know, they don't allow a whole lot of recording.
Oh, right inside. So, like the scare zones?
We'll walk around.
Have you done like any theme parks outside of Florida?
Well, we were at Disneyland a few weeks ago.
Okay. First time? Oh,
yeah, we've been back a couple of times. We want to go back. We definitely want to go back.
I want to go to Dollywood really bad. We've been to Pigeon Forge. We haven't been to Dollywood. We love it. So I think we're going this Thanksgiving week. We're planning on going to take the Sorry? Okay. I'll make sure to do that. Where's that?
It's right there at Dollywood, right outside. But Dollywood wasn't open while I was there. It was like off season. So the hotel was open.
Yeah, they probably shut down winter months, right?
We like to make it to Paris.
Okay.
There's some worldwide parks. It's a little more tricky. Now, live streaming is primarily
Right, because you need connection, internet, all that stuff.
It's just like super highly technical. Yeah, you just go out there and turn your phone on, but we don't use phones anymore. And so it's like,
have you done stuff outside of live streaming, like recording and editing?
Oh, yeah, we do.
So that would be the option in live streaming, right?
Yeah, but really, like our community likes that.
Love your shirt. I saw you in the bathroom. I want to compliment you. Yeah, once you got the community going and they like something, yeah, I get that. I was on. I was telling how I got into Disney Store in 2019. So I mentioned like she was pitching on Disney. I'm like, no, let's do something else, something more fun, kiddie rides. And then we were out at a happy hour with my boss and my coworkers, and it was me, my boss's wife, the two of us, took focus around. Springs of Disney, I forget the conversation. But essentially, she's like, yeah, Lewis doesn't want to go to Disneyland because he thinks it's for kids. And my boss was like, for kids? And she's like, we go there all year round. We go all the time. Like, you'll love it. Yeah, exactly. And his wife was like, I can't believe you really haven't done anything here, don't know nothing about Disney. I was like, well, I mean, I grew up watching the movies, but that's when I stopped as a teenager, and I'm like, yeah, this is for kids. So that's been my mindset since I was a teenager, you know? And she's like, you love food, you love going to festivals here in Texas, you're living in Texas at the time, but like, you go to Food and Wine, it's a festival that has go around sampling all these different little small platters with drinks. I was like, that sounds like a lot of fun because we're doing that. And I really enjoy doing that. I'm like, go ahead. I want to do that. The rides, okay, maybe we'll do the rides, but I'll do the cool stuff. So she convinced me. We went. So I got literally walked under the tunnels of the castle, and I was like taken away. It was like that feeling growing up, not watching a Disney movie for years and just seeing the castle that you don't see pop up and everything. I was like, I don't even know how to explain that. It's so good. And she's like, if you're impressed by this, you need to see the other castle in Florida. And it was like in heaven. She obviously was
Here are 5 facts about the Emperor's New Groove. Fact 1, we're all familiar with hidden piggies. In fact, one can be spotted in the Emperor's New Groove right here. But throughout the film, you can also spot hidden llamas. Cusco's 4-legged pig is even foreshadowed when used by force their poison green into hands, and it transforms into the shape of a llama. Llamas aren't the only pigs. Fact 2, the old man who throws out the Emperor's Groove is voiced by John Hughes, the original voice of the pig.
Maybe I guess I want to roll.
Sting, singer-songwriter Sting, wrote the film's intro song, Perfect One, Snuff Out the Light. Although it was ultimately cut from the film, you can luckily still listen to it.
How does it that? So it was like flying above us.
In scenes like this, which bonus fact was animated by Disney These doesn't always look as glamorous.
And he was above us. So that's the only thing.
Nonetheless, Bertha fully embraced the character, exclaiming, "I adore her." Bertha also played Catwoman in the original Batman TV show, which partially transforms into the film. But there is another reason why this transformation was Fact 5, Bertha could have voiced another cat in the Disney movie. She's the voice of Bagheera in Disney's The Jungle Book Mowgli story. Other actors in the Emperor's New Groove went on to voice many more Disney characters. After Contra, John Goodman voiced Sully in Monsters and Monsters University, Baloo in The Jungle Book 2, and Big Daddy in The Princess and the Frog. And in addition to Patrick Warburton, Buzz Lightyear and Buzz Lightyear Star Command, Steve Barker in Kim Possible, Patrick in Home on the Range, and Alien and Chicken Little, Royal King and Sky High, Flag in the Wild, the G240 droid in Star Wars, Adventures Continue, and the safety host that's soaring around the world. Nice work, Tom. Thanks for watching. Let us know what other Disney films you would like to know more about. Be sure to check out our previous fact videos.
Six Flags? How far is Cedar Point from you guys? 6 hours. I was driving to Atlanta 8 hours.
stuff. Yeah. Lake access, no HOA, you know. Yeah. My first
All right. Hi, everybody. In about 10 minutes, we're going to be doing Hulu trivia right here on the stage with the fabulous Ashley. To prepare for that, I'm going to need 5 people out of the audience who think you know the most about Hulu. So, for those of you who know most about Hulu, I have 5 different staff members from D23 around the room. I want you to get on the screen.
Thank you for your tireless effort.
Keep going.
Usually they do this at the end of it.
What's your name, by the way? Adam, nice to meet you. I'm Louis.
Alright, we'll see you in just a few minutes. And we'll have fun playing trivia together. Thanks, everybody.
Keeping tabs on my lap. Yeah, I'm doing football.
Hi, folks. I'm sorry.
What?
My brother-in-law was like, yeah, we should bring in somebody like Ashley. And they just keep getting it. some really good friends of mine and my wife.
First, he looks like a traditional Croatian family. It's not until you get close that you realize that the structures on there are rats holding champagne bottles.
And I just turned and looked at it and said,
It's a celebration of refugees and
yeah, they've got the reputation. I feel more like a Floridian.
These benches are real special because if you look very closely, you can find a little sculpted little detail from that tree in there for guests to discover. Dozens of hidden learnings into story a sculptor of Pixar translated this idea into a coding file. Once the model is completed, imagineers water that life-size So, how do we take the story of Lenny's Backstage Adventure? Not just as he does everything here now is grown in scale to be the size of Lenny as you go off on your adventure. And that's the end. It was 2 times and the fish is oasis for them. It was important for us to really believe that we were walking with a character. They don't just walk as they can spin, they can stop, they can tip, they can shake. All of that was designed to make you really feel like you were going on this adventure.
Hi Jane, I'm the Oasis Couple.
So proud of what the teams have created in this transformation. And we designed these things for years. I actually see it and be surrounded by it. It's amazing.
I could. Oh,
that would help. D23 Gold members, if you think binge watching makes you a trivia champ, we're about to find out. 5 players, 1 stage, 15 minutes to flex your Hulu knowledge. And now, please give a warm D23 Gold member welcome to your host for today's Trivia Showdown, Ashley Eckstein.
For the next 15 minutes,
go to Disney snack? Oh my goodness, gotta be Mickey Bar. Mickey Bar! Alright, who else loves the Mickey Bar out there? Yes. Okay, let me hear. Do you prefer a Mickey Bar or a Mickey ice cream sandwich? Let's hear it for Mickey Bar.
Too far away.
How about a Mickey ice cream sandwich? Sandwich wins. Alright, okay, tell us your name and tell us where you're from.
Mike, I'm from Sarasota, Florida.
Alright, a galaxy far, far away, okay. And what is your favorite Hulu show?
I'll be there and Only Murders in the Building.
Wow, alright, okay. Because we're going to be able to hear what each one of you say. Shout out your favorite Hulu show. 1, 2, 3. Oh my gosh, mine too. I love it. Okay. Well, are you all ready to play? We are going to test your Hulu knowledge for the chance to win some amazing prizes. Let's hear it from our players. Make some noise. Okay, so here's how the game works. I will ask a multiple choice question based on hit shows streaming right now on Hulu. Now, each answer corresponds with a letter, so you have A and B and C or D, and you will have up to 10 seconds to hold up the correct card with the correct letter that you think is the right answer. All right, now audience, we want you to play too, but try not to, spoil it up here. Unless we have, unless you have a favorite, but it is a little hard to hear, so I don't know. I think you all can participate as well. Okay, so let's get started. Are you ready? Audience, are you ready? Okay, question number 1. Let's see, let's bring it up. First question, in the series High Potential, what was Morgan's job in the first episode? Is it A, cleaning lady, B, actress, C, waitress, or D, dog walker? Okay, we have all A. Is it A? That's correct. Wow, off to a great start. Great job. Okay, next question. In the series Will Trent, what is the name of Will Trent's chihuahua? Is it A, Coco, B, Bella, C, Betty, or D, Detective? What do we think? Oh, okay. Couple D, B, C, audience. What do you think? Get your answers. It's C, Betty. Let's hear it from Mike. He tried. Okay. Next question, question number 3. In the series Shifting Gears, what business does Matt have a feud with? Is it A, a salon, B, a Pilates studio, C, a smoothie shop, or D, a dance studio? Okay, we have a couple different answers. Jesse, you're going out. You're being different. Out on the mic. Okay, A. It is D, a dance studio. All right, great job, ladies. Okay, next is a video clue. So we are going to watch our video screens. Our contestants, you can actually just even watch on these screens up here. Audience, let's go ahead and play the next question.
I'm Shirley Ralph. And I'm Lisa Walter. And we are from Abbott Elementary. Let's see how you really know the show. Yeah. Okay. What is the name of Melissa's class pet? Dun, 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 dun.
Okay, what is the name of Melissa's class pet? Is it, is it A, Sweet Cheeks, B, Mr. Tough Guy, C, Gritty, or D, Baby Meatball? Mike, what are you thinking?
Gritty?
Gritty, okay. All right. A for effort. All right, so we have a couple different answers.
Sweet Cheeks.
Yes, answer is
October 1st on ABC and stream on Hulu. What she said, yeah.
Yes. Let's hear it. Do we have any Abbott Elementary fans out there? Yes. All right. What about fans of The Golden Bachelor? Yes. Okay. A couple. All right. So, next question. Are you ready? Oh, well, it's already going. Which NFL team did Mel Owens formerly play on? Answers, please. Tennessee Titans, Minnesota Vikings, LA Rams, or New York Jets? It's the LA Rams. I don't think. Oh, Jesse.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Destination D23, where your journey to the world of Disney will begin in just 5 minutes. Stand by for takeoff soon. Thank you. Please go to your nearest screen for the latest from our friends at Robbinsburger.
Alice in Wonderland decor, like high-end, you know. All this stuff is like in a budget.
Welcome back, everyone. Hope you enjoyed your lunchtime. Now, it's time to get back on the road. Put your hands together for Destination D23 fan ambassador, Jodi Benson.
Oh my goodness, welcome back. What a fun morning we have had. I have been backstage watching the entire show, having so much fun. I learned so much from my hype friend Ashley Eckstein's fabulous Hulu Plus show. That was super fun. The trivia. We won prizes. We love prizes, right? Great job on that. How about Disney Studios? Oh gosh, that was amazing, wasn't it? So many exciting surprises in store for us that we got all the sneak peeks. So now we can keep those little secrets, which was great. And things that we never knew, right, about the ghosts and the pirates with Atencio. That was really, really amazing. It's so beautiful to have the family there. So all the research trips around the world with my favorite Becky and Disney Archives. Isn't she the best? She is so amazing. She's so amazing. Now listen, we've got so much more for you this afternoon, okay? Because you are going to hear from Disney creators, directors, archives, Imagineers, our entire Disney family. We have so much more in store for you. So, you saw that little sneak peek, didn't you? You saw that. So please, let's start our afternoon welcoming my amazing, talented friend, Disneyland Resort Marketing Strategy Manager, the one and only Phineas and Ferb super fan, Mr. Bowtie Tuesday, my friend, Raymond Redding.
How many people get to say that? I'm so excited. Destination D23 fans, how are y'all doing today? It feels so good to be back here at my home at Walt Disney World Resort. Disneyland is great, but I think I kind of miss the heat just a little bit. I know you're probably thinking I'm crazy, but I'm really excited to be here. We're here to talk all things Phineas and Ferb. As Jodi mentioned, I am a fan. I watched the series when it came out originally, and when it made its really, really great triumphant return. And there's so much. This series and this show really showed me as a kid that I can think of anything that I want. I can be a storyteller, I can create, and I can imagine the life in the world that I want to live in. And I'm so excited that I get to be on the stage right now. Now we have something super special for you all. So at this time, I am going to ask everyone to please place those cell phones away. There's going to be no audio or video recording at this time as we share some reviving such a beloved series after 10 years.
You know, it was a little scary at first because they came and said they wanted 40 more episodes, and we've done so many episodes. We're like, are we going to be out of ideas when we get there? And that all just evaporated like the first day of the writers' room. We came up with so many new ideas. We're like, oh, this is easy. We're having the best time.
And it was really nice because Disney didn't want us to reinvent anything or change anything. They just said what you were doing was working. Could we just get more of that? We know how to do that.
Well, as a super fan, as a beloved fan, I grew up in a generation, you know, when this series came out, that loved the show, grew up the show, we know the theme song. But what has been like to evolve the series for this new generation that will fall in love with these characters?
Well, we had to give Candace a new phone.
It's true. Yes. We did very little changes. Like, we didn't change any of the designs of the character, except Phineas has one extra stripe on his shirt to indicate the passage of time.
No, it's important to note that we didn't draw him any taller.
Yes. It's stripes a little thinner.
Okay, are you all getting this? I mean, those are small details that we want to know. Now, I do have a question that I'm so curious about. So, as you all know, Phineas and Ferb had 104 days of summer vacation. And I would love to know, and I've been dying to know, if they had one more day, what would they do?
They might invent a time machine and go back to the beginning of that summer and do the whole thing again.
I would do that.
Yeah.
That's what I would do.
Yeah, and redo it all over again.
Oh, yeah.
They would change anything, or they would stick with the same thing.
I think if what you're doing is working that well, you really wouldn't want to change.
It's so true. All right, and then the last question before I'm going to put you to work because you don't get anything for free around here, all right? I'm curious to know, what Disney property, if you could, would you cross over with Phineas and Ferb?
You know, we did a Star Wars crossover a while back. We did that. And we've been thinking about, like, should we try to do Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi? You know, like,
Okay. What do you think? We'll see. I was just talking about.
And we'll start with a series which Walt Disney sought to educate the American public on real-world people and places. And he imaginatively titled it Walt Disney's People and Places. Now, these 17 travelogue films were released between the years of 1953 and 1960. And for one of the featurettes, the Disney studio looked to spotlight Japanese customs and manners of the past, and how they compared to the then present-day Japan. Originally, there was a segment planned that was for the film that was to be titled Japan, and it was about a group of very brave women who had a very dangerous job, and they were called the Ama Girls. And these were sea divers, but they didn't dive for pearls. They dove for a really mineral-rich seaweed called heaven grass. And that narrative was so compelling that they expanded it into its own People and Places film and named it Ama Girls and released it in 1958, which was actually before the film which came out called Japan. Ama Girls was also one of 3 People and Places films that won an Academy Award. Now, if we fast forward to October 8, 1975, we have a great picture here of Emperor Hirohito and his lovely wife, the Empress Nagako, and they came to Disneyland. And there they were welcomed by the then CEO, whose name was Don Tatum. He's the very tall one next to Mickey Mouse. And they signed the park's guest book. And we actually have that guest book in the archives, including the page that was signed by Emperor Hirohito. And we have it here on display in our Inside the Walt Disney Archives traveling exhibition that traveled all over Japan in 2018. Within several years, Disneyland would come to Japan. With the success of the Disney parks here in America, many countries reached out to Walt and to the company and made requests about building a Disneyland in their own country. And for a variety of reasons, Japan became the natural choice. So the Oriental Land Company had some land that was reclaimed from Tokyo Bay, and it needed to be used for a recreational purpose. And so Disneyland became the perfect fit for the site. Oriental Land Company and the Disney organization agreed that Tokyo Disneyland would feature some of the best elements from both Disneyland in Anaheim and Magic Kingdom here in Walt Disney World. So at the bottom of this photo, you can spot the then Disney chairman and CEO Card Walker with fellow Disney legend Masatomo Takahashi of Oriental Land Company. And this is at the park's official ribbon-cutting ceremony that was held on April 15, 1983. Now, while borrowing quite a bit from the U.S. parks, there were few experiences that were unique to Tokyo Disneyland when it first opened. But one of these was an audio animatronics show that explored all of Japanese history, and it was called Meet the World. It was set in a carousel theater, similar to the same Carousel of Progress type theater. And in that show, a crane, which is the traditional symbol of knowledge in Japan, led 2 Japanese children on a journey through the country's past. Now, when I walked on stage here just a moment ago, I don't know if you noticed the music that was playing, but that was from Meet the World. And it was a memorable theme song that was written by some of our favorite people, the Sherman Brothers. Now, Meet the World was originally designed for the Japan Pavilion at Epcot, but it wasn't used there. It never made it to Walt Disney World, but it did become an opening day feature in Tokyo Disneyland. And it ran for nearly 20 years before making way for Monsters, Inc. Ride and Go Seek, which is there today. Moving on into the world of animated films, how many Studio Ghibli film fans? As part of a distribution deal with the legendary Japanese animator Hayao Miyazaki, Buena Vista Home Video began distributing his films on video here in the U.S. And in 1998, the first one to come out was Kiki's Delivery Service. Disney also released several films theatrically, beginning with Spirited Away in 2002, which is one of the best he's ever done. It won the Oscar for Best Animated Feature. Now, continuing with an animation theme, we can't forget some memorable sequences that were set in Japan, including, the Tokyo-inspired San Francisco. Walt Disney Animation Studios' Big Hero 6. Did you come out here to just stage me with this? about why you love Japan so much?
Yes, thank you. I would like to tell you about Japan. Oh, wait, okay. So here's the thing. Japan is amazing. Hello. Okay. Listen. Last year, I got to go with Disney on Broadway around the world. Disney on Broadway and Good Morning America. We went on like a carpet ride around the world, and we got to see where Disney on Broadway have their different shows in other countries. And we ended in Japan, and it was the most incredible thing. I got to see Aladdin in Japan. That is the genie in Japan, which was so really, really cool. They don't look like twins. I'm really cool. But I got to see the company. They were so great. But one of the most amazing things was I got to have a traditional Japanese tea ceremony in a traditional Japanese tea house with the amazing actress who plays Belle in Beauty and the Beast. And it was the most amazing. The culture just invited me in. I couldn't really sit on my knees. It was very hard for me to do that for a long time. So I kind of just did a nice little gentle plie. And it was all good, but it was the most beautiful experience to be able to sort of have our Disney family extended over there. And they invited me and welcomed me in with such open arms. So it was really cool. And then I got to sing with the gorgeous actress who plays Belle. We did a little impromptu duet in the garden, which was kind of a dream come true. Her name is Mikiko, and it was really, really fun. I think we may have a video.
Did you tell me?
I think we do.
How about we let them see this marvelous moment?
All right, so you want to see it? You want to see it?
Let's go.
A change in me. Isn't Becky amazing, y'all? Isn't she just...
Thank you so much for joining us on our journey through Japan, and we'll see you real soon.
All right, y'all. Okay, so do y'all want to go back? Y'all want to go back to Y2K? I mean D2K? Is it? Y'all want to go back to D2K? Well, let's do this. Let's go back to D2K, y'all. So we're going to throw it back to the beginning of the new millennium by taking a look back at some of D2K animated classics. Now, to celebrate Destination D23 and our journey through the world of Disney, we'd love to learn how the worlds for these amazing fan favorite films were created. So, y'all want to go back? Y'all ready to go back? Okay, so let's see. Let's get into this. We gotta know what's going on. So now, before we head to the 2000s, we should party like it's 1999. Okay, and we're gonna take a look. Y'all was singing with me. I love that. Y'all ready? amazing film?
Well, I could probably take up the whole panel talking about this, but I'll make sure to leave some time for you. So, you know, the biggest thing that I think about when I think about creating worlds is research. We do a lot of research when we make these movies. And the most important piece of research, because you can look at all the pictures, you can look at 1,000 pictures, you can look at 100 ancient documentaries, but until you're standing in that place, you don't get a true sense of what it is. And as artists, that's what we need to make that, to make these films, to make that happen, translate it. So we go on research trips. And we were lucky enough to go to Africa. And the first place we went was Kenya. In Kenya, we learned a lot of different things. But one of the things that sort of translated to the movie is that we found out that there was such a thing as red elephants. You can change the slide. Normally, I would have thought Disney elephants are gray. Let's just make them gray, right?
We all know that.
Yeah. But we discovered that elephants are the color of the dirt that they traverse. So there were red elephants, and that allowed us to sort of elevate and get a pop of color in our movie because we had like gray and black gorillas, and so everything was really kind of like monochromatic down here. Yeah, pop with some orange. One of the second things we learned is that we thought we were going to be really clever in animation. We could like animate a human to act like a gorilla. But what we found out. And you can roll this video. We went to Sweetwater's chimp sanctuary, and we met a young boy who was 5 years old, and he was growing up with chimpanzees. And he was like a little Tarzan to us. And the way he played with them, and the way he rough-handed with them, we said, you know what? We can't do much better than this. It exists in real life. Let's just use this kid as a model. And we gave all this footage that we collected to John Ripper, who was our supervisor of Young Tarzan, and he put together this test based on those pieces of video that we brought back to us. So you can see how every piece that you collect when you're out in the real world affects what you do on screen. We also went to Uganda. That was the second part of our trip. And we trekked into the chest-high vegetation, and we met and sat with, that's me with hair.
That was a long time.
Yes, it was, Don. Yes, it was. And we trekked through like covers through like vegetation, like chest-high vegetation to get to them. And when we were there, what we discovered was that they were family, much like us. They are family, and they had like alpha males who want machismo. We had like loving mothers and rambunctious kids. And we discovered the theme of our movie while we were there, which Phil Collins put into a song. Yes, Phil Collins. And what we discovered was a theme, which was 2 worlds, 1 family.
2 worlds, 1 family.
And so it was a great discovery. The second thing that happened was that we were trekking through all this vegetation. No, not this yet. Not this yet. I'm a director. The second thing we discovered is that we were trekking through all this really tall vegetation. I was talking to my art director, Benson here. And we had this conversation, like a wishful conversation about wouldn't it be great if the characters could actually touch the environment? Because I don't know, in animation it's usually a flat ground plane. You can't really touch them. So if you're going to touch them, they pop into a cell animated piece. Yeah. And we thought, maybe we could paint our backgrounds in a way that would allow us to make it seamless. So this is where deep canvas came to be. And we brought this idea back to our wizards back at Disney, led by Eric Daniels. And they came up with this idea of the animators and the layout artists working together to create a path for the characters. Then it would all be painted with brush strokes. And when we put our animation into it, the character could then interact with the environment. And this hadn't been done at the studio, I don't think. I mean, we've done 3D World, we had never done something that looked like a painting. And so we basically, based on that research trip again, came up with this idea and brought it back to the studio, and it tumbled throughout the studio after our movie, and these guys took it up and continued with it.
Isn't that incredible? It's fascinating to see how you turn a real-life journey into an animation using technology. I mean, because that would be used a lot throughout the next decade of animation, which is pretty incredible. So after Tarzan, the first film of the new millennium was Fantasia 2000, y'all. The Don Con. So can you tell us about the journey that led to this film?
I almost wore the same outfit. I want to talk about this guy on the screen. This is Roy Disney. And so for all of us to say none of us would be here without this man, and possibly none of you would be here either. He had a passion for the art form. He had a passion for us and for animation and for his family business, and a passion for Fantasia. Walt originally meant for Fantasia to be this ever-changing concert piece. It would come to your town, it would play, and then after a few months a new piece would go in, and that was abandoned after a while, but when the year 2000 came up, Roy said, let's do a new Fantasia that celebrates that idea. So he did, and over a period of probably 10 years, we started to animate sequences between movies. So somebody would finish a movie and then go into Fantasia and then come out and do another movie. And that became Fantasia 2000. Roy was our champion through that entire time, and for all of us, on all of our movies, was great. He was quiet, he was effective, he gave great notes, and we owed him so much.
He had our backs. We really had our backs.
As we said, he had our backs. Not to imply other people didn't have our backs, but the interstitial sequences were just a way of kind of turning a corner to new music. We brought in some great people like Angela Lansbury, Steve Martin, and James Earl Jones, and those became kind of a fun way to glue the whole movie together. But we also took a research trip because, like Kevin said, as artists, I think all of us want to have that kind of real life inspiration. There's something about humanity in an era when we're dealing with a lot of artificial intelligence and a lot of different things. I have tremendous faith, and always will, in just our humanity and our humanness to create, and that will always be with us. And so going out in the field and being able to observe things, like volcanoes, like Mount St. Helens, or to observe an elk in the wild or whatever, I think those kinds of things turn into art that is fresh and interpretive of our lives, and caricature of our lives, and something that was always really inspiring. I wrote a little video along so you can hear Roy talk a little bit about his passion.
Firework didn't really come into our consciousness until we tried half of the pieces looking for a finale that had some kind of an uplifting nature to it. I said from the beginning it has to be the emotional equivalent of Night on Bald Mountain in Ave Maria. And I remember having gone for a drive up in the north part of the country with my wife one year right after Mount St. Helens had gone off. And we went right by it when this huge flow of action, the river clogged up and the trees all down and everything. And I said, wouldn't it be neat to set up a time-lapse camera that just overlooked this whole thing and leave it there for the next 500 years and watch the earth rebuild itself, And somehow that notion came back in my mind as we were talking about this thing. And Paul and Tom Brizzi, I think, came available to work on it about that time, too. And their concept of birth and regeneration, or chaos and rebirth, sort of fit into a naturalistic viewpoint on it.
One of the sequences is a breathtaking finale to the whole movie. There's an elk in it, and the elk is a symbolic character, a mythological character. Being my husband, he gets on an airplane with directors. He flies into possibly the coldest place on the planet.
There was a certain kind of elk, and there was none in the local zoos. So they got a trip to this elk farm in Montana. And I remember it had been snowing. It was 14 below zero. So we're putting on these clothes. We look like Ralphie's little brother in Christmas Story. we're all layered up. We had a picture window van, and they fed the elk, and we were able to draw the elk outside of the van. It was a worthwhile experience because, you know, you started to bring that to the animation.
Thank you for sharing that. That's really cool to see that. Now, 2000 was obviously it was a big year for Walt Disney Animation because yes, woo, woo. But later came Dinosaur, and then The Emperor's New Groove. More on that later, so stay tuned. Then in 2001, we had Atlantis. So John, what location did you and the team on this film journey to create this immersive fictional place?
Well, we thought, first of all, Atlantis would become this cult film, as have all of our films from 25 years ago. I just have to thank you all for kind of celebrating that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Boy, we took our team, Greg Trasdale on the left, Kirk Wiles on the right, Michael J. Fox in the middle, and just immersed ourselves literally in the world of exploration, deep in the sea. When we pitched the story, Jodi at the time, we said, we're going to go down Main Street. We're going to get to the hub, and instead of going to the castle, we're going to turn left, and we're going to go to Adventureland. And that was such a part of the Disney canon, is going to Adventureland. So we immersed ourselves literally by going to places like the Aberdeen Proving Grounds, where they have tanks from World War I. The era we were using was all about World War I vernacular. And so we designed based on actual submarines and tanks and exploration kind of craft from that era. And that turned into a lot of the art direction for the submarine in the movie, a lot of the vehicles in the movie. And this is just some of the artwork that was pre-production artwork from those field trips. And then, as one does, we really immersed ourselves by going underground. Some of the most amazing caves. We went to Carlsbad Caverns, where their large room is 13 football fields across, much bigger than this room, underground, and it's spooky and full of bats. And so as an inspiration for underground spaces, it was incredible. Then we went to a backcountry cave where you are walking through the desert and there's a hole in the ground. And you just hop into the hole and go find things. This is our entire crew, art directors, and me as a younger man, underground. Just it's an unbelievable experience. You're trapped, basically. And some of the spaces we went into were no bigger than the space underneath the chair that you're sitting in. And I'm a large guy. And to be able to go through those spaces was intimidating and exciting and a bonding experience with our crew. I brought along a little clip to show you how ridiculous it is and the lengths we go to try to have those real in-field experiences that inspire us all. So here's the gang from Atlantis back in the old days at Carlsbad Caverns. Unbelievable decorations underground, and then we hiked out into the fields with the park ranger because a lot of these other caves are unexplored. This is the main entrance where all the bats come out of.
Hey kids, don't try this at home. Go down this hole in the ground out here in the middle of nowhere.
There was one cave we went into, it was called Spider Cave. And as we all kind of shimmied our way down into it, and gee, why is it called Spider Cave? The guy says, just look above you.
And I'm not bothered by spiders and bugs, but you know, when they're about 3 inches from your head, when they're long, when they're big, they look like they're hungry, you know.
You don't want to touch anything. Stay as low to the ground as you can.
So if someone asks you to go into Spider Cave, just think twice about that. All of that would come together into the scenes from the movie and into our realization of this fantasy world of Atlantis. And that's something that goes back to the early days of Walt Disney, the early days of films like Bambi or whatever, where they did that kind of field research, and this movie was crawling with animals and bunnies and deer and things like that. So really inspiring and something for all of you that are artists to remember is the real world and real things in the real world are endlessly inspiring.
Oh my gosh. Don Hahn, thank you very much. It's amazing to see all this footage. So, and now after Atlantis in 2002 came a little film you all may be familiar with that actually was animated in Florida. We then turn you to another immersive fictional world, Treasure Planet. So Ron, can you tell us how this film came to be?
Yeah, unfortunately, no research trips. Actually, the project began with me as an adolescent. I was a big Disney animation fan, and I was a big science fiction fan. And I was always kind of thinking, wouldn't it be cool to put the two together if there was like a Disney animated feature that had robots and rocket ships and so I got the idea because I felt like it needed to be timeless in a way. So what if you took Robert Louis Stevenson's nautical adventure Treasure Island but turned it into a science fiction fantasy? So then later in the fall of 1984, when Michael Eisner and Jeffrey Katzenberg first came to Disney at the first Disney Gong Show, which was a brainstorming technique that Michael Eisner had as a way of coming up with new ideas for animated features. And if you got gone, it was over. Anyway, at that Gong Show, I pitched both The Little Mermaid and Treasure Island in Space, and they both got gone. But actually, The Little Mermaid got ungone just a few days later, and Treasure Island in Space got ungone while John Lasseter and I were making Aladdin.
Yeah, a little movie called Aladdin. Okay. Wow. Thank you.
And everything. And the idea was that when we finished Mermaid, or when we finished Aladdin, our next project was going to be Treasure Planet. That would follow Aladdin. And we even did visual development while we were developing, well, we were making Aladdin, while we were directing Aladdin. These are some alien designs from an artist named Rick Mackey, who loved designing aliens. I think he did like hundreds of drawings like these, and we go on these just more aliens than you could ever imagine. Anyway, when we finished Treasure Planet, Jeffrey Katzenberg somehow had soured up, and when we finished Aladdin, I'm sorry, Jeffrey Katzenberg had soured on the idea of doing Treasure Planet, which was a bummer for us, and it was also a bummer for the young writers, Ted Elliott and Terry Rossio, who worked with us on Aladdin, because they were big pirate movie fans, and they really wanted to write the script for Treasure Planet. But it worked out fine for them, because they went out to write the first 3 Pirates of the Caribbean movies. That worked out. Meanwhile, John Lasseter and I were still trying to get this going again. I think we have a slide here. This is, I sort of mocked one sheet, drawn by John Lasseter and painted by Andy Gaskell, like trying to sell this movie. And finally, the studio decided that we actually could make the movie, but not as our next film. We had to do another movie first. So we did Hercules, and then afterwards.
Wow. You have to prove yourself really before you start.
That is really incredible. I just love, it's fun to sort of see the steampunk feel of the film. I love that feel. So I'd be curious to learn more about that influence in developing that look.
It was kind of steampunk before there was steampunk.
Yes.
It was very retro film. We always envisioned it as kind of a fusion of the past and the future. And really wanted to favor the past. We invented this rule we called the 70-30 rule, which we meant 70% like 17th century, 30% the future. So really favoring the past, as you can see in a lot of this artwork. And then following that, we sort of went for an oil painting style, which is deep canvas now carried to a further extent. These are actual oil paintings
paints done by Andy Gasco and Dan Cooper, but oil paint takes forever to dry, and it doesn't smell very good. But we did digital oil painting, so we solved that. And these all kind of lead to what the film actually kind of ended up looking like. Isn't that incredible to sort of see? I mean, really, the film is a hybrid of hand-drawn and 3D animation. So, like, to be able to sort of bring them together, I mean, that's pretty. Yeah, it was a hybrid film. Absolutely. Most characters were hand-drawn. The robot Ben was all digital. Silver was digital. Glenn King did the character animation of Silver, as you can see here, and then another animator did the cyborg parts. So we actually was a fusion of hand drawn and that. And I have a clip here. I'm just going to show a clip of the virtual sets that were developed for the movie. There again, did canvas take it further. What this meant was we could actually move the camera throughout the set. This was a new innovation in terms of with the oil paint look in the background. And so it's very subtle in these scenes in the gallery, but you can kind of see how the camera is kind of following the characters around, even though they're hand drawn. And it's subliminal. But for an action film, it seemed like it really helped us. So the technology, it was actually a good thing that the film was probably delayed because we had technology for this movie that we wouldn't have had if we had done it after a lab. And as Don said, this was a film which was a little disappointing when it opened originally, but it has developed definitely an audience, a sort of cult audience for the film, and that's really gratifying because so many people did such brilliant work on the movie, and it's good to see these movies sort of live on and have a life of their own. Wow. Thank you. So then in 2003, we have Brother Bear. Yeah. So Aaron, where did your journey, how did that to create this beautiful, rich environment? We have a theme here. It's been fun to learn about these environments that you direct things that you've created. For you, how did this come about?
I always wanted to go to Alaska and just see. I grew up in the Everglades, down in South Florida. So this opportunity came about. I was going to Alaska all through the 90s.
Take this mic. There we go. Just make sure that we can hear.
Hello.
There we go.
So I grew up in South Florida in the Everglades, always wanting to go to Alaska. Through the 90s, I was going to Alaska all the time. And so the opportunity to make Brother Bear came along, and I really wanted to set it there. So we went to Alaska. We also went to Yellowstone. We went to Grand Teton, Denali National Park in Alaska. We went to 10,000 Smokes, all over the place in Alaska. And I swear I had sleeves. I did wear sleeves. And I was also, we were also known as Brother Hair back then. But one of the things I want to point out is we're going to see a lot of sketches here. That's the big thing that I wanted to focus on today, and that is, we make hand-drawn animation, and that is our language. Drawing is our language. And so, if you want to speak well, if you want to be a great poet, you need to know your language. And so, if you want to do great animation, you need to draw well. And so, I always have a habit, as well as the rest of the crew, is bringing sketchbooks with us everywhere we go. And those sketchbooks really were invaluable for us on that trip. So I took my sketchbook everywhere I went. I jotted down, what we were doing, the experiences, the smells, and I drew everything I could find. And we bring those back, and these became really wonderful tools. And people always ask, well, why don't you use Google or all these other websites to try to find reference? And the key is, as Kevin was saying, you go there and you smell the smells and you feel the wind in your face and you see the animals. And I was camping at McNeil River State Park, and I would come out of my tent, and I never counted less than 13 bears, wild bears. wild coastal grizzly bears that were 1,000 pounds apiece. And there is just something about that experience. And when you live that, then it makes it into the film, and it makes it feel so much more authentic and tangible. You know, it makes the world feel real, and that's what I think Disney and Pixar is so great at, is creating these worlds that are believable. And so a big part of that is going there and experiencing it. We landed on the glaciers. You know, that's an oil painting that I did there. When I came back from one of my trips to Alaska, that big oil painting right there, I brought that into Tom Schumacher's office and I said, see, this is what I want the movie to look like. I'm carrying this big giant painting. And it just lends itself to that authenticity.
Wow, that's really, really cool. So, yes. I'm curious about your new BFF. That is,
this little guy, we were up in Alaska and we were camping near Denali National Park, and I was going out sketching some of the grasses, and this little squirrel, I guess he had gotten used to the campers, and he was just determined to get food from me. He was going through my sketchbook, he was going all over the place, and so he's immortalized in my sketchbook. I wrote all my notes and everything, and like I said, being there, that little guy made it into the film. Otherwise, it wouldn't have happened, right? And so you go there and you experience it. Like I said, on the next slide that we're going to see, we leaned into the wind, you know, in the On My Way song. We were just outside of Anchorage in Turnagain Arm, and there's this giant wind that comes through the bay there. And we leaned, that's Chuck Williams and myself, our producer, and I was leaning into the wind. And I remember after we came out of that, we said, we got to put this in the movie. And there it is, it's in the film. So, you know, it's those experiences that make these research trips so incredibly important.
Oh my gosh, give it, I mean, this is really incredible. So now, you know, our journey into the world of D23 animated films is coming to an end. I feel like, though, we should be ending with a pop crossover, right? Like, there's like at the end of all, there's a big pop crossover song. I mean, that's how Disney animated films end. Isn't that right, y'all? Isn't that right? So, you know, at the end of the film, there was some pop crossovers, right?
Johnny Resnick of the Goo Goo Dolls, he did a cool pop cover.
Yes.
Yeah, we got Maya at the end of Maya saying the kind of end credits song, and so it's always been a staple of these movies.
But come on, guys. In sync, singing, trapped in the camp.
That's true. That is like
today we are here to celebrate the happiest place on earth. For 70 years, Disneyland has created magical experiences for guests of all ages, and I'm thrilled to be hosting a panel celebrating this legacy. Disneyland holds a special spot in my heart because I was lucky enough to grow up 15 minutes from the OG park. And amazing. Any Anaheimers out here? Yes. So once a year, my mom would wake up all the kids on a school day. We never knew when. And she would whisper in our ears, "Today, you're not going to school. Today, we're going to Disneyland." And I just felt like, yes! As an adult, I fully understand now that my mom probably just woke up that morning and wanted to ditch all of her own responsibilities. Yeah, and go to the park and the lines wouldn't be as long, but I'm not throwing shade. I think that is the Disney magic right there. Well, our panelists also have a deep connection to Disneyland, so I think it's time we bring them out. Please welcome innovative Imagineer Emo O'Brien, Disney legend and author of The Happiest Place on Earth, Don Hahn, and Oscar and Emmy-nominated filmmaker with deep Disney roots, Leslie Iwerks. It's a small world after all. So Disney is celebrating its 70th anniversary. Oh my goodness. Emo, tell me, what does the resort mean to you?
Well, you know, it's funny. I grew up in Ohio, so I actually didn't get to Disneyland until I was an intern with Walt Disney Imagineering. And that picture there on the left, that was my first visit ever to Disneyland. So pretty cool. But I have actually been involved with the Disneyland Resort now for almost 30 years. I worked on the original Disney California Adventure Park, Trader Sam's, and then Cars Land. So I actually am very deeply connected to the resort. But my very favorite memory that I have of the resort was actually not very long ago. It was on Disneyland's 70th birthday. And I had the opportunity to take a Make-A-Wish kid around Radiator Springs. Her name is Madison. And I knew that Leslie was going to be there that morning. So I actually reached out to her and I said, "Hey, this girl Madison is obsessed with you. Would you mind coming out to meet her before we go in the gates?" And so she did, and it was just the most beautiful, exciting morning I could ever have.
Leslie, you're making dreams come true.
Yeah, it was all about the Imagineers, trust me. But I was so lucky to meet Madison down at Disneyland, and it was what an honor on the 70th anniversary to be with her. But I grew up behind the scenes at Disneyland. I used to go in the back lot all the time with my dad, and I always thought I kind of grew up a little screwed up because I saw all the things behind the scenes that nobody gets to see as they go to the front gates. But so I really instilled in me this excitement around how things are done and how things are made and magic behind the scenes. And so cut to a number of decades later when I'm in Pirates of the Caribbean, one of my favorite attractions of all time, and I'm with Marty Sklar interviewing him for the Imagineering story, and he was telling me just the sort of the machinations of what made this attraction so great, the creative imagination and technical know-how, what a blending that was for those early Imagineers. So that was probably one of my favorite times at Disneyland.
That's amazing. It's so inspiring and inspiring. Don, I'm sure you have an equally inspiring story about Disneyland. Share.
For the other people in the audience, before the internet and TikTok, we had polka bands. And when I got to go to Disneyland, it was a very special thing, as it was for all of us, and still is. And when I was about this age, that's young Johnny on the left with my brother and sister, Jim and Kathy, I felt so excited that I would set aside the clothes for Disneyland because they were my lucky clothes, and in particular, my lucky underwear. And I swear I put it up 3 or 4 days in advance because I knew that would be my lucky underwear, and when we got home, much to my mother's dismay, I would wear the lucky underwear for many days.
So this was the images for your book, The Happiest Place on Earth?
I'm not wearing my lucky underwear. I've given it to Becky in the archives.
It's on display in the archives now, right?
That'll be a panel later today. I've had a great collaborator on this book. So, listen, my life is in animation, and once I dug into this topic, I found out so much of Disneyland was owned and designed by animators, people in the film business, amazing people, all legends from our lives that designed it, the Mark Davises and so many Kurt Rymans and things like that. My co-author, Chris Merritt, is a former Imagineer who knows an incredible granular amount of Disney history. So between us, it was a 3-year collaboration on trying to dig up images we haven't seen before and to tell stories we haven't heard before. One of the stories, for example, was about the Chicago Railroad Fair. In 1948, Walt was just having a midlife crisis of sorts, and he grabbed Ward Kimball, the great Ward Kimball, and took him back to Chicago for the celebration of the 100th anniversary of the rail travel in the United States. And there, they had all the kinds of things that eventually would end up in Disneyland. He also went to Greenfield Village, Henry Ford's place, and there's a lot of Henry Ford fans out there. And they went there. We weren't quite sure they went there until our researchers dug up an actual guest book from there in the Chicago Natural History Museum. And if you click ahead here, you can see that they signed into this guest book. And you can see Walt's signature, and it is read by Benson. So he was obviously keeping a low profile, and Ward Kimball, chief guy, which I absolutely love. The Imagineering Archives is stunning, and they brought out maps for us that hadn't been seen in 70 years. And that kind of research and access is something that you just can't imagine what it's like, and especially for me, and seeing these drawings by Weber Goff when Disneyland was going to be on Riverside Drive right opposite the studio. Walt said, "Hey, it's like Universal." Walt went to Universal City when he came out there in 1923 and wandered around for days. And so he thought, let's have one of those next to the studio. And so they started to design this, and then his ambition outgrew those plans. And the city of Burbank wasn't crazy about having a theme park in their backyard. What were they thinking? And so they started to do plans like this. And what's amazing about this drawing, and it's a very rare drawing that hasn't been published before, is you see a hub in the middle of it. And that is the signature of what was starting to be very special about Disneyland. Disneyland was a walkable movie. I want to change the way you think about Disneyland and Magic Kingdom when you go there. It was a walkable dream. And the center of that dream was this hub. They hadn't picked the Anaheim site when they did this drawing. Soon the Anaheim site would start to come into focus, but that hub stayed there. And so as you go into Disneyland and experience that hub is a place of comfort and empathy, it's a place where you can go and sit in the shade and on a park bench relax for a while. Or you can go have adventures in not lands, but to them they're movie genres. Go to an adventure movie, a western, a fantasy movie, or a movie about tomorrow. And we found a really strange photograph of that drawing laid on its side. And then we discovered Kurt Ryman, brilliant illustrator, who worked on the Emerald City for Wizard of Oz, took this drawing and put a fresh piece of paper over the top of it with Walt Disney staring over his shoulder, and did this drawing. So this drawing we often think of as the first drawing of Disneyland. There were probably 100 drawings by Marvin Davis with Walt Disney staring over his shoulder before Herb got to this amazing drawing that Roy Disney took back east to raise money for it. I don't think it's shocking that there was a woman on the site when the Disneyland was built. Ruth Shellhorn, the landscape designer, came in just during the last year, and this place was built so quickly, but she looked at and designed more around the hub, placing plant materials there. And again, thinking of Disneyland as a place away from the real world, that's green you can walk through. You enter from the parking lot and you leave your cares behind. You go under the railroad tracks, and it's like a curtain parking on a stage. and now your feet are on bricks, and you hear horses' hooves, and a barbershop quartet, and you smell baked goods, and you're in another world. And that was deliberate and intentional, down to the point where Walt wanted every store in business in 1900. So they had to have been in business, including the Uptown Pharmacy, which you see here, and have things from the turn of the century, like leeches. And I think if we have a writing campaign, we can bring this back.
I'll take that note.
Yeah, I could be wrong. But the educational opportunities to have kids be able to go in and play with those kinds of things, or see a large human cell, which was a exhibit at the back of the Uptown Pharmacy, or go visit a place like the Intimate Apparel store on your left, where they sold ladies' undergarments. And it's the only shop on East that has a front porch for the gentleman that might think, oh, that's a little awkward, I think I'll stay outside. The ladies would go in, and there was, and I'm not making this up, a character called the Wizard of Bras inside, who told you the story of underwear. And I'll be repeating that later in the lobby if you'd like to hear that.
There seems to be a through line in your stories. I'm just pointing it out.
I apologize. The Bank of America had a branch, because this was before credit cards. You had to have a place to cash checks. That was on Main Street. The costumes are breathtaking. So Renee Conley won the Oscar for Cleopatra, designed the costumes for Disneyland. It was a place of story. It was a walkable dream. Harper Goff got his boats in Newport. There's a lot of Newport Beach kind of heritage here, and did photos like this that he sent to Walt. On the bottom, you see his note. Walt, look what we're doing. And this was a jungle cruise. It was in a walnut orchard, so they pulled up walnut trees and cut them in half and turned them upside down, which you see on the right side to look like scary kind of jungle things. And then they put smudge pots around the left side so that the banana trees didn't freeze at nighttime. There were more horses there than any place in Los Angeles, because you could go into the Western town and experience the Western movie with your heroes that were on TV. Davy Crockett, Zorro. You could ride a horse. You could ride in a stagecoach. You could buy a Hamilton shirt. Or you could go through this amazing castle into Fantasyland and experience places designed like this. Some built, some not, but they were places that you couldn't experience anywhere else on Earth. In Tomorrowland, which is the very last land they built, it was almost not built, it was so late. MIT designed the House of the Future that was there for 10 years. There's a picture of Walt with Pat Otis, who was that year's Housewife of Tomorrow. More on that later. And it was the House of the Future. And again, technology was presented in an empathetic way. It was something that was humanized. This was just after the war. In fact, it was still the Cold War. And technology had not always been a friendly thing. So for Walt to start introducing these things, the Autopia, the freeway system was not quite in yet because it was being built, so the interstate was going by, and this became a way for kids to go drive on the freeway like their parents would. Walt thought, though, wouldn't it be great if the little kids that can't drive had a bus to take them around? So he designed this bus with a dachshund on the side instead of a greyhound. Always thinking. And one of the more disturbing things we discovered were some of the rides that weren't built with clothes throwing of a uranium punch. And it's not slightly considered. There were memos, and there were people assigned to it. Small children and their parents would go in and be issued Geiger counters, as one does. And you go through a maze where you would find active uranium, and then you would cross it out and you take it home.
Awesome. Safety first.
Yeah. Once again, we can bring that back if you want. Space was, and rockets, which had been associated with war, were presented as something very human. Now space was about travel with your family, and you could go on a flight to the moon. So it was very humanizing. You could go see Circle Vision, which your family has such deep ties to. And there, again, very empathetic and humanist, we stand together in the center of the room as one people looking out at the world in Circle Vision. These were intentional decisions. They were accidents. I just really admire those guys and girls for thinking through these things in an era that was complicated and full of potentially, dark things out in the world. They were about optimism and humanity and empathy. So that's the book, Happiest Place on Earth.
Disneyland has been making magic because of this visionary Walt Disney. Who here has had the opportunity to see him firsthand in the new attraction, Walt Disney: A Magical Life? Has anybody seen it? Could you tell us a little bit more about the attraction?
Absolutely, absolutely. So our attraction, we wanted to focus on Walt as not just a creative person, but a humanitarian and an entrepreneur. So we collaborated with the Walt Disney Family Museum and Walt Disney Archives to display a bunch of historical mementos from Walt's life and representations of his legacy. There are many, many of Walt's personal items on loan from the Walt Disney Family Museum, for instance. Walt inspired many generations with his curiosity and determination. And our guests are just treated to the opportunity to see many of his treasures up close and very personal. So, many of these things have never been publicly exhibited before, like some original furniture from Walt's apartment that is above Main Street, above the firehouse. Our guests first get to step into this attraction. They step into the theater and experience Walt Disney: A Magical Life through the cinematic experience of One Man's Dream. That's where we start. But, we wanted to finish it off with something very special. So we culminate that in a visit with Walt in his office, made possible through the magic of audio animatronics storytelling. So this is put together with several historical sources featuring dialogue of Walt, spoken by him, and they're blended together to create the inspiring performance of this animatronic figure, sharing heartfelt stories and words of wisdom. This is truly a view into Walt Disney that one has to experience in person. We believe Walt's story is inspiring and it's relevant as much so today as it was when he was creating his own story. The idea of following your dreams, not giving up, which is very important, and turning setbacks into successes. He had a lot of that in his life, and he was so determined to make things a success. So we are more than thrilled to help share his journey with a new generation of guests, through an art form that Walt really pioneered himself.
It's amazing. It's still inspiring all of us today. Leslie, we have to talk about your family. Can you please share the legacy with our audience today?
Sure.
How your family was there at the beginning.
Well, so my grandfather of Iwerks and Walt Disney met as teenagers in Kansas City, Missouri. Yeah, they go way back to 1919, and their first business together was the Iwerks Disney Company. And it was short-lived. Walt went on to do Laugh-O-Grams, and my grandfather was the technician and the animator behind the Alice in Cartoonland series, and then ultimately went on with Walt to design and animate Oswald the Lucky Rabbit, and then they gave it up. And when Walt lost Oswald to his distributor, was there to design and co-create Mickey Mouse with Walt Disney as co-creator. So it was an amazing, amazing partnership, and he was quite the hard act to follow in many ways for me growing up. But Walt was always calling him the greatest animator in the world, and even Roy E. Disney said without Up there wouldn't have been a Mickey. And so he was also this amazing technical genius, and he really worked over the course of his 40-plus year career at the studio, creating lots of inventions for the studio, and including the optical printer that helped to that basically combined live-action animation for Mary Poppins and Three Caballeros. and also Hitchcock's Birds, so that's called the traveling map process. He also was a designer and innovator behind the 360-degree circle vision camera system that you can see here at Epcot in China and the Canada Pavilion. So, you know, it was amazing to see my grandfather and his inspiration on my dad, who started at Disney in his 20s as a camera operator in the Bahamas on 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. It was a tough job, but somebody had to do it. And so he ended up parlaying that into a career overseeing the Disney Machine Shop at the studio, which invented, designed, built all these camera systems, projection systems for the parks and the live-action animated films for many years. So they're both Oscar winners, both Disney legends, and they have a shared window on Main Street here at Walt Disney World. And all I can say is it was a tough act to follow. But I was one when my grandfather passed away. And this is me here, one of the few photos I've got. And if you put little glasses on me and a little mustache and maybe a little hair, kind of so I was able to do a film about my grandfather after I graduated USC called The Hammer and the Mouse, and that allowed me to get to know him. And then from there, Pixar hired me to tell their story called The Pixar Story, which is on Disney Plus. And then from there, Marty Sklar said, when are you going to tell the Imagineering story? So, cut to, over a period of several years, we were traveling to all the theme parks around the world, interviewing hundreds of Imagineers. And as part of this process, we came upon, in the film archives at the studio lot, these binders that were kind of tucked away of all, listing out all these film reels that were from pre-1955, 16mm Kodachrome, Ektachrome, color reversal stock, 200 hours of material that we ended up finding about 80 hours of material that was pre-1955 out of all of this, and got it transferred, and it is unbelievable. It was shot by several cameramen who Walt tasked to document the making of Disneyland, and as you watch it, it was just mesmerizing. I mean, this was kind of what Dog's book is all about, and it was like you're living in it with them. You're seeing them hammer, you're seeing them build this part, and it was truly handcrafted. You know, you got to remember, this is before cell phones, this is before computers, this is before the internet. It was before ChatGPT. So, you know, it was unbelievable, and I think we really have to look at this and say this is an amazing perspective of how hard this was. It was truly challenging. And when you think about Walt Disney, who was, you know, basically gambling his own fortune, and then he was on TV at the same time promoting Disneyland across the country to millions of people. And then you hard cut to in the field at Disneyland, and these guys are just like hammering away, and the dirt's, nothing's rising out of the ground for 6 months. And then we ended up finding all these interviews through the help of the archives and Dog and other friends of ours that are working with us on this, of great interviews from people that were there, audio interviews that was just real about what was really happening. And so, so what I'd like to share with you today is the genesis of what we're working on, which is a new documentary about the making of Disneyland, told through rarely and never before seen archival footage and sound bites, told through the people who were there, that captures the legacy and the nostalgia of the creation of Disneyland. So I'm very excited to share with you all. You're the first to see it. Would you like to see a little teaser?
This country are about to see and hear a new adventure and entertainment. It will come upon the American scene shortly under the title of Disneyland.
Walt Disney is the greatest creative genius in the entertainment business. He's brought new concepts to the theaters and entertained millions and millions of people. There was quite a build-up there, and you deserve it. Well, that's what worries me, you know.
orange groves. He said, this is all top secret stuff. And I said, yeah, that's right. And I didn't bother to tell him. I thought he was out of his mind.
When Walt described this great park, I knew that this was not a good idea because who was going to drive 30 or 40 miles?
For a first-hand progress report, let's visit Disneyland now.
The thing I liked the most about those days was it was a great thing to have somebody say, well, let's do it.
What Walt started out to do, for heaven's sakes, was to do something as radically different from Coney Island as he could dream up.
Pressures were tremendous on everybody. We all lived down there, and we worked from early morning to late at night.
Most people in Hollywood thought Disneyland would be a Hollywood spectacular, a spectacular failure. But Roy Disney said, what do you mean, most people in Hollywood? He says, that's what I thought.
It was just like a great big panic. It was a miracle that it ever went on, and just as it was a miracle that Disneyland ever got open.
And that 70 years later, we're still celebrating this legacy, we're still having these conversations, we're still discovering new footage, and new bodies of work are still being created based on this story. No matter what park you're in around the world, you can trace that feeling you get when you walk through the gates back to the original vision of Disneyland. I think it's safe to say that everyone in this room loves Disneyland, but since we're here in Walt Disney World, wouldn't it be fun to hear something special for Disney World too? So, to close this out, please welcome to the stage Walt Disney Imagineer Chris Beatty.
Oh, this is awesome.
So tell us what's going on over here on this side of the country.
Well, I mean, first, we have a lot going on here at Walt Disney World. Thank you. But I just have to say first, I think the Walt, since we were talking about Walt Disney and, you know, I just thought it was a Magical Life was such a beautiful tribute to Walt. And just done in an amazing way. And it's only fitting, I think that show shares the stage with Great Moments with Mr. Lincoln. Because, like, as all of you know, Walt being heavily involved in the World's Fair, it just made sense, I thought. And it's such a great show. Disneyland had such a huge impact on the World's Fair, but I like to think that the World's Fair had a big impact on Disneyland. I mean, think about it. Disneyland still has Great Moments with Mr. Lincoln. It still has the primeval world dioramas. It still has a small world. It has, I know, right, small world. It still has 3 of the 4 attractions operating there today in Anaheim. But there's one that is not in Anaheim, that is right here at the Magic Kingdom at Walt Disney World. And that is, of course, the Carousel of Progress. So, Carousel of Progress, over the years, we've updated the carousel, we've made changes, we've done, but it's really not had a major update since 1993. Probably before most of you were even born. I am pleased to announce, and the reason I'm here today, is to say that after more than 30 years, we're going to give Carousel of Progress an update. The attraction has Walt's name in the title, so we think it's only fitting that Walt Disney himself introduced the show in a brand new scene. So we have lots more details to share, including what John, Sarah, and the whole family have been up to over these years. But just rest assured, at a later date we'll share those details, but just rest assured that the Carousel of Progress is going to keep on spinning for a whole new generation of fans, really proving that, A Great Big Beautiful Tomorrow really is just a dream away.
History of Walt Disney has led to so much innovation, past, present, and future. This update to the Carousel of Progress is such a perfect example of that. Thank you all so much for coming today. We hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend at Destination D23.
Have a nice break. Our program will continue at 3:45. See you real soon.
Yeah.
saddles at 3:45. Thank you.
soda, some caramel, vanilla. But you know what? At this time of the day, we need a little snack. We need a little sugar snack. So, this is our delicious, brand new Disney Starlight popcorn mix. It's got marshmallows. It's got all sorts of yummy. It's got caramel. And it's blue like the stars. I love it so much. So thanks to all of our friends who are passing out these boxes for us today. So, this popcorn mix, as you know, is inspired by Disney's Starlight Dream, the night away nighttime parade at the Magic Kingdom. So it features yummy bubble gum and blue raspberry candy popcorn layered with M&Ms. Right? We love that. I love M&Ms. And mini marshmallows and some kind of white chocolatey drizzle on top, okay? So we can all find this fantastic Starlight mix at the Main Street Confectionery at the Magic Kingdom, okay? So we need these snacks. And there's some amazing panels that we've just had. I've been sitting right back there enjoying every single panel. Are you having an amazing afternoon? So much fun. We're learning so much. So, now, are you ready? As we're having our little treat, let's get ready for What's Cooking with Disney Eats. Are you ready? Ready for Disney Eats? So kicking us off, straight from the Tip Top Club from Disney Jollywood Nights at Disney's Hollywood Studios. You know it. Come on. Please welcome Rachel and the Alley Cats.
Their mouth is beaming out like it's sort of blinding. It's wild. Well, if you don't know who I am, I'm Keith. I'm one of the Try Guys. I try stuff. I do lots of things with my friends, and I also eat a lot of food. I eat everything, and I've done a lot of stuff with the Disney parks. I've eaten almost every single park here. Hopefully, eventually, I'll eat everything in the world. So being here right now is pretty sweet. It's pretty cool. cool. And also, speaking of sweets, can you all smell that sugar in the air? That's that smell-entizer technology they use in the parks. It's here, like the smell of popcorn when entering Main Street. Now, backstage, we have some of the best chefs and professionals cooking up so many yummy Disney Eats updates to share this afternoon. Let's take a peek behind the scenes and give our star chefs a quick hello. We got Chef Mickey Mouse, Minnie Mouse. They're backstage. They're busy cooking up all sorts of magic. And obviously, thanks to our stage managers, Chip and Dale, for keeping us looking good, keeping us on schedule. Now, before we jump into the future of Disney Eats, let's take a look at 10 recent fan-favorite items from around the world. And if you aren't already, make sure you're following at Disney Eats on Facebook and Instagram for all the latest Disney food and beverage news. And now for this, I want to hear you cheer when you see something you like. In fact, if you see something on this that you've had, I want you to say, woo. And if you see something you haven't had but want to try, I want you to go, yay. Let's try it. Let me hear woo. Let me hear yay. Rachel, did they do a pretty good job? I think they did. I can't hear you, but I know you said woo. All right, let's start with number 10. The Cool Town Udon from Tokyo Disney Resort. Shield Sipper at Disney California Adventure. I want one of these. I can sip out one of these. I would like that. Number 8, the 626 Tasty Vibes at the Disney Music Festival at Disneyland Paris. This is a Stitch-inspired dessert. Yay! Yay! Vanilla cream, blueberry filling, hazelnut shortbread, and a white chocolate shell. Number 7, churro milkshake at Sunshine Seasons at Epcot. Pretzel and Mickey Ice Cream Bar. Come on now. Number 6, fantastic elastic mozzarella stick at Disney California Adventure. Some woos and some yays. Beautiful. That super cheese pull is just something else. The number 5, the incredible themed cakes from Edna on the Load Sweets on the Disney Destiny Machine Suite. Yay. This is a dumb bit I have to do. Okay. Number 4. The Buffalo Chicken Beignet Slider from Royal Street Veranda at Disneyland. I mean, come on, fried chicken dipped in buffalo sauce, creamy slaw on Mickey shaped beignets. The internet was very divided on how crazy this looked and how good it tasted. Number 3, the Talking Mickey Mouse Popcorn Bucket. Who doesn't want to talk to the mouse who started it all? Plus, you'll never be alone again while eating popcorn. Number 2, the Jimmy Marshmallow at Disney Wonderful World of Sweets in downtown Disney. This thing is, look at this. How cute is that? It's cute. Yay! And number 1, the pickled milkshake is back. It's back at the Aircraft International Food and Wine Festival. The savory sweet treat is for pickle lovers everywhere. And the fact that this is number 1, you people are wild. That's absolutely wild. And, you know, if that doesn't make you hungry for more Disney Eats, then I don't know what does. Our first segment is going to help satisfy our cravings. We have 2 guests who come out. These 2 guests were challenged with creating a pirate tavern that pays homage to Disney heritage for food and beverage. Here to talk about the Beacon Barrel Pirate Tavern. Please welcome the Beacon Barrel.
That ain't treasure, that smell be you.
Nay, it's the treasure.
Nay, that smell be the smell of popcorn. This ain't the Beacon Barrel. Oil and others, where be the Beacon Barrel? Who's in charge here?
Well, aren't you a tall drink of water, eh? Well, you climb you like a mountain, I think.
Okay.
Meet me in the crow's nest, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry about her. She's not used to being with people. All right, darling, try me this one.
Yeah.
Where will be the Beacon Barrel?
Oh, that's right. That way.
It will go that way. Everybody, find the refrigeration. Wait, what? Did we see?
that.
Okay, let's try that again.
They are gone now, right? Pirates. Can't tell them what to do. Okay, let's try that again. Here to talk about the Beef and Barrel Pirates Act in Magic Kingdom, please welcome Walt Disney World Beverage Director Steph Dole and Director of Culinary for Walt Disney World, Chef Brian Pisecki. I'm so happy now that you're here.
We missed popcorn. We did miss popcorn.
You missed the popcorn. There's enough popcorn. I think they took out the entire state of Illinois to make this popcorn. It's a lot.
I hope they have some for us.
Is your mic working? Let's figure it out together.
Is mine working?
This one. This one.
Oh, there we go. All right.
We did it! Okay. It's live. Let's start talking about this. This is a really fun project. I got to see it a little bit yesterday. It's so amazing. But where do you even start with something like the Beef and Barrel?
Thanks, Keith. I'm actually so excited to be here and talk about this amazing new tavern. This experience for all ages will really immerse our guests into the Pirates franchise, and it will continue the story of all of their journeys and adventures. Our culinary team worked really close with staff and her beverage team to tell these stories through small plates, creative concoctions, and unique presentations. From a plate full of island provisions that are fit for the hungriest pirate to Caribbean flavors of spiced chicken and corn arepas with lime and fresh crema. You will truly get the taste of the Caribbean to enhance your adventure. Sounds good, huh?
Sounds good.
That's so delicious. Yeah, that's right, Chef Brian. The concept and development team really leaned in on curating that beverage program, but one that was fit for the entire family. So throughout the development process, we solicited a lot of feedback from various viewpoints, pirates of young ages maybe, and they have the most robust feedback. Let me tell you, do you know what it's like when you say to them, how does that make you feel? And they say, oh, that's disgusting. Or what do you think about this color? And they said, why would you make a Kraken juice that color? It makes absolutely no sense.
Children are honest to a fault.
They sure are. And so for that reason, the Kraken juice did not make the cut. But there are a few items, a couple of treasures that are there.
Okay, well this sort of sounds like it isn't an ordinary food and beverage experience. Just like everything here at Disney, storytelling is really at the heart of it. How do you take food and beverage and actually, support a story?
You are right on it. It starts with the story, right? It starts with that partnership with Walt Disney Imagineering for the inspiration, with key items for us to really lean into. So for this one, for example, pirates have distinct personalities, and we want to ensure that those qualities shine throughout the various flavor profiles. We have spices from all around the world from their travels, and you'll also find that even within the intertwinings of the wine and the beer programming.
Exactly, Steph. And even with the food, the journey continues. Our guests of all ages will truly feel like a pirate as they experience this story and go on this adventure. They may even find a hidden map that details out their travels. We have storytelling elements in all of our dishes, so you can truly experience that pirate life.
I'll say that I'm sure you were able to do a lot of Easter eggs around the menu itself. So what are some of the details you're excited for guests to see?
Oh my gosh, can I tell you, I'm so excited for this. Growing up as a Disney kid, the Pirates of the Caribbean was the must-ride attraction. So when they presented this project to us, I was thrilled to have the opportunity to create the beverage program for this, make it really experiential, and have storytelling elements throughout. Maybe it's a couple of treasures that you get. You'll notice the glassware is very different, and so maybe they've collected it along the way. And let me tell you, there is no shortage of rum in this region.
And even though the Kraken juice didn't make the cut, we did add Kraken's catch, which is actually one of my favorite dishes. We continue to tell the story with this special nod to Davy Jones, as you can tell. A cool and refreshing taste of octopus tentacles, crisp diced vegetables, citrus, and spiced pepper foam. Wow, it was pretty good.
I want that. I can't believe you didn't really want to cheat out. I can't believe it. Okay, well, thank you, Steph and Chef Brian, for joining us today.
not yet, but I cannot wait.
Also, can we go on talk about band? You guys are really right. So amazing. Let's go over to Disneyland and see what the team over there is cooking up. Instrumental in developing new food and beverage concepts with Disneyland with the highest culinary standards. Please welcome Culinary Director Chef John State. Here we are. You know, my first thing I want to hear about, obviously we're going to hear about all the park stuff, but let's dive into the update that's taking place at Napa Rose at the Grand California Hotel and Spa.
Well done, sir. Okay, so known for its refined California cuisine and its seasonal ingredients, Napa Rose is going to reimagine the dining experience from start to finish. Keep in mind, the inspiration for this design is a blend of classic craftsman, California elegance, kind of creates a little welcoming.
Sure, describing me right now. Very classic, elegant.
I mean, they do their homework.
We in California, we love to spend our time outside in the nice weather. Is there a beautiful area outside we get to enjoy?
You know us all too well. Are you okay with the gorgeous alfresco dining outside?
Oh,
yeah.
I guess.
And 2 fireplaces.
2 fireplaces?
Yeah, not one. We don't.
That's normally not allowed in California. I don't know how you do it.
Oh my God.
I don't know how you do it. Yeah. And the president. Okay, now tell me, with all these updates to the visuals, is the menu updating as well?
Yeah. So they'll reopen with an elevated menu, but they know they'll keep the fan favorites. So more about the innovation to come later on. Okay. But let's talk about the wine collection. Over 1,500 labels that will reach beyond California, right? And they're going to reach out to the finest winemakers and the vineyards across the world. So we'll be pretty happy.
And since I live in California, you'll be inviting me out. I'll be there. I can't wait to go. It sounds awesome. So I'll wait for that invite.
The teams are hard to work to get this space back up and running. Yeah.
Just plow right through that.
Yeah. I mean, we'll pretend it is.
Okay, I appreciate it. Well, make sure you follow Disney Eats on Facebook and Instagram as we get close to that. But let's head over to Disneyland. In fact, let's physically move. Let's go over to Disneyland for a seasonal fan favorite, the Haunted Mansion Holiday, inspired by Tim Burton's Nightmare Before Christmas. What's this?
Surprises in store.
I bet you have a few planned up your sleeve, Jack.
Well, we always have to have a few extra tricks. Like these. Why, I can hardly believe my eyes.
Perhaps it's something to make a few new scrumptious treats, Jack.
One can only hope we'll need plenty of extra tricks and treats this year. Like these, my dear.
Oh. Just
splendid of a surprise.
What is this?
I'm not quite sure.
But what does it all mean?
Well, I suppose there's still time to find out. And if these 3 have anything to do with it, we'll have to head back to Halloween Town immediately.
Who knows what tricks and treats they have in store this year?
They are Halloween Town's finest trick-or-treaters, so hopefully it's perfectly terrifying.
Remember, everyone, there are only 62 more days till next Halloween.
So make sure you're perfectly prepared. We'll see you in your nightmares soon.
Happy hauntings!
I don't know what's going on. These things were not told to me. This is fun. Okay, but I'm no detective, but I'm going to say that it seems like Jack and Sally, maybe with all those tools, they're making a gingerbread house. Is that what's going on the big hiking bag, and big balls.
Sure. All right, good job. Well, actually, every year, Disneyland transforms the Haunted Mansion to the Holiday Haunted Mansion. All right? Can you imagine the sounds, the music, the decorations, the stories, the dedication, inspiration to Tim Burton's Nightmare Before Christmas?
Yeah, it's beautiful. I get to go to that one. It's unbelievable.
Okay.
But what's going on with all this stuff?
Well, it is a tradition that our Disneyland culinary is tasked with creating an award-winning,
Okay. I'm here.
Award-winning.
Okay, oh yeah. So what is your one-of-a-kind gingerbread house? Thank you.
So this year's creation is a murder most foul. Yeah, a Haunted Mansion Holiday Gingerbread House. It's a homage to the Raven, right? It's in the Haunted Mansion, which is actually one of my favorite attractions. But for this year's special treat, all right, you're going to see the ghost birthday girl from the ballroom who has something special. It's a 4 and 20 gingerbread blackbirds baked into a pie, which is based on the classic nursery rhyme.
Which, if you think about that nursery rhyme, that sounds horrible. That's a lot of birds to put in one pie. How do you guys approach making these to begin with?
Well, Keith, you're standing next to a lot of talent, so let's get that straight.
What's happening?
Number two, we're pretty good at storytelling.
Okay, I know!
So there are a lot of stories in that one gingerbread house. So because we're friends, I brought something with me. I want to share it with you, if that's okay with you.
Please.
Behind the kitchen look at this year's making of the gingerbread house.
Let's check it out. Let's check it out.
Was the nightmare before Christmas in the bog down below. Not a creature was peaceful, not even a crow. With good guests dancing in a festive feast for all, our story begins with a murderous roll.
All right, gang, the guests will be arriving soon. We got to look alive. It's time for a roll call. Edgar, Aggie, Russell, Kim, Timmy, Ronnie, Carl.
I told you it's
Blake, Mark, Cheryl, Alan,
hello,
Alfred, Lewis, there's
It's just Chef Yasmin.
Lewis, are you messing with the lights again? Anyway, welcome, foolish mortals, to the crime scene of the murder. No, not that murder. A murder of crows. This year's Haunted Mansion gingerbread display is the murder most foul. This year's theme is all about a murder house. A group of crows is called a murder. They're a little bit more ominous than just a regular birdhouse. To be honest, crows kind of give me the creeps.
What the?
So how we make the display is we start with about 200 pounds of gingerbread dough. For this particular house, we cut out some other shapes, and then we have the foundation for our house. Once we have all the gingerbread sheets up on the house, we have smaller details to put up, like these guys, which go up for the roof shingles. We have some coffins, and then there's also some feathers. These guys are gingerbread with some fondant on them, and once these are nice and dry and ready, we use royal icing to just apply them to the roof. So on this house, there is some filigree work that's on the sides. That's supposed to be reminiscent of the iron work that's on the side of the Haunted Mansion building itself. So we piped that on with royal icing. We also added a few feathers and a few hidden Mickeys in there. So some fun facts about the house. It stands 13 feet tall. It took 9 days to assemble. We built it with a team of 8 pastry chefs. There are over 400 shingles on the roof, and there are 13 hidden Mickeys. Some of my favorite details on this display include the candy cane gut on the corner portion that's sold down here. Another one would be a feather jingle down here. That was the first one that we placed on, actually. Thanks for watching, and I hope you visit our gingerbread display at Haunted Mansion Holiday. And remember, it's always room for one more.
Do it. A lot of birds. A lot of birds. Rachel, you ever seen that many birds? No.
the Disney Destiny celebrates legendary worlds and characters larger than life that have the hearts of Disney, Marvel, and Disney Parks Adventure. And some of these lounges represent that, such as the Casablanca, the Sanctum, and the Haunted Mansion Bar.
All right, it sounds like you brought some beverages here for us to show us up close and personal.
That's right. On board, everything is part of the story, even the beverages.
Wow, okay. Well, let's start with our second pirate-themed tower today with Cask and Cannon.
That's right. Cask and Cannon is one of my favorite ones that I worked on, and it's a casual, relaxed atmosphere where guests will join the ranks of Pirates of the Caribbean. It's a beloved park attraction all around the world.
Yeah, absolutely. And I hear there are some fun nods to the park attractions, including distinct lanterns that represent each attraction. I also imagine you've got some nods to the film series as well.
Oh, we have many nods to the film series and to the park attractions, such as an extensive list of specialty, vintage, rare runs, some bootleg beer that will be served directly out of the barrel, and of course, my favorite right here today, the Dead Man's Chest.
All right, I'd love to see you put it together.
Okay, so what we did here is we wanted to create an experience for two, so you and your favorite shipmate can enjoy.
There's two of us.
And we used some of the best Caribbean spirits and Caribbean rum. So what I brought here today is some bootleg rum. So what we're going to pour here is some nice vintage bootleg rum. And then inside here I created a mix of fresh pineapple from Enufera, some fresh citrus, and also a touch of agave. Let's give a little bit of sweetness. Because sometimes bootleg rum can be a little bit harsh.
You guys know.
And then to top it off, another great flavor of Caribbean is coconut foam.
That really got me.
And then here, the best part of it all is the treasure chest. So inside, I'm going to put it inside here. Okay. And then you need to be able to reveal this chest. I'm going to add a little bit of smoke to create some drama. Yeah. Spectacular.
Absolutely.
Just as the pirates.
All right, everybody. When I open it, we need a big ooh.
Be careful. It might be cursed.
Incredible, that's beautiful. Give it up, that's amazing. Beautiful, so fun. Well, now let's trade places. I want you to take us to New York with the Sanctum.
So yes, on board the Destiny, it will be the first time Disney Cruise Line has an inspired lounge based on powerful sorcerers and mystical artifacts of the Marvel Studios Doctor Strange.
I'm a huge Doctor Strange fan. Tell me, will you have any mystical artifacts like the Cloak of Levitation?
Yes, we will, and it will not be the only thing that will be limited. We'll see.
What is that? Okay, well, tell me, what about the iconic seal from the New York Sanctum? We're going to see that as well.
Yes, that will be right above the bar in the back, so it will be right at the center of the lounge.
Okay, okay, great. I can picture it in my mind now. I want to see some of these drinks. Can you talk to us about the drink?
I will try my best. It is a wide menu of magical. Everything has a little bit of magic, mystic to it. And it's mocktails, cocktails, wines, spirits, and it's for all ages. So we welcome all the families on board.
Amazing, I'm so excited. Let's see it.
And the best one is right over here. So you have to be patient with me. I'm still an apprentice sorcerer. So what I'm going to try to do is ensure this levitate.
No way.
They still didn't give me my ring, but that's okay.
This is cool.
So what we're going to create is a multiverse drink. We're going to have some multiverse punch. And inside here is a multiverse juice. It is lychee, pink peppercorn, some citrus, and also there's an electric buzz to give it a little tingling sensation also while you're drinking. But wait, it's not over. Can you please put it on the pedestal to see that electrifying effect?
can't stop thinking about the term multiverse juice. I want it. I want the multiverse. Right, so the two new lounges, Castle Cannon and the Sanctum, are exclusive to the Disney Destiny, but I heard that there's a fan favorite lounge, the Disney Treasure, appearing on this ship as well. Talk to us about the Haunted Mansion part.
Guests can come back on the Disney Destiny and can welcome them back to all the foolish mortals and sit on some spirited syrup above, amongst 999 happy hunts. And yourself, Keith, I hope.
Hey, we're on.
On board the Disney Destiny's Haunted Mansion, all of the drinks have been reimagined, and I can assure you it's a menu to die for.
What's going on in this show? I feel threatened. I feel guarded. I am excited though, and I really want to say, can we thank you for showing this? She's truly that embarrassed.
Boys in the band.
I don't send it, we'll fly over there too. All right, how's everybody doing? How's that Disney Starlight popcorn mix? You liking it? Walt made popcorn a staple at his parks, and over the years, these simple cardboard boxes have evolved into the beloved and collectible buckets that we see today. Fans go crazy for today. Here to tell us more about these Disney novelties, please welcome back Chef Brian.
I thought we were friends.
What's that? What happened?
You made me follow a levitating drink.
Sure.
That when it touches, it looks like it's electrified.
Yeah, it was really cool. I'll be honest, I like the taste.
I'm like, oh my gosh, now I'm following this.
Well, you should have brought more toys. I want toys. But you're going to tell us about something that's sort of akin to toys.
Yeah,
Okay, but let's rewind a little bit. Where did the phenomenon start?
Well, actually, the first plastic popcorn buckets were introduced way back in the 1990s. I started with a company in the 1990s.
Hey, I was 3 in 1990.
But in 2010, we actually introduced the very first character-shaped bucket, Mickey Mouse Ghost, and it was an incredible hit. Then the novelties really started to evolve through the years. And we leaned into popular Disney characters and franchise partners like Stitch, R2-D2 from Star Wars, and then the incredibly popular Picnic Popcorn Bucket for Epcot Festival of the Arts.
That was a little out of control. Scary at times. But I think it's clear to say that novelty popcorn buckets aren't going anywhere. So what does the future look like? Can you show us this?
Well, we're thinking a little bit outside the bucket. Okay. On these. So we have creative novelties, clip straws, tiki glassware. How about, I'm over what happened earlier, so how about I give you a sneak peek of what we're going to release this holiday season and into 2026.
I think we're into that.
All right. So this holiday season we have a holiday Christmas tree truck bucket. Say that. Trader Sam's holiday zombie bucket.
Wow. These are amazing. Also, I feel like Disney's the only place that these two things can share a slide in the presentation. And it's totally fine. You got a zombie head and you got a happy little truck.
And everybody loves it. It's totally fine. It totally makes sense.
Yeah, I get it. I see it.
On the Disney Destiny, at the Haunted Mansion Lounge, we'll have a Poseidon mug and a Siren mug.
These are, you drink out of these?
Yeah, I don't know. In celebration of the 40th anniversary of Pixar, who doesn't love Pixar, we have the Monsters Inc. Screen Canister Bucket and the little green men jetpack sipper.
Yeah, the screen canister, we're going to want that.
It's going to be awesome. And then hopping just in time for spring is the Winnie the Pooh and Piglet.
You got the natural law from the whole room. So
Since that one was so cute, let's end it with the Bantha Sipper.
Everyone ready?
Look at those lips. I mean, come on.
Obviously, every time I drink the drink. That's amazing. Please stay tuned to Disney Eats on Facebook and Instagram for updates on popular buckets and other novelties throughout the year. Thank you again, Chef Brian. Just amazing. Wow. We've talked a lot about Disney Eats in the parks and at sea, but now let's talk about Disney Eats in your own home. This author has penned 29 Disney-inspired cookbooks alongside Disney chefs. Here to talk the official Disney Parks Desserts Cookbook is author Pam Brandon. That steak was deliciously long. I loved it. I was into it. I was like, you know what? I'm soaking it in for a moment. I liked it. Okay, 29 Disney cookbooks. That's sort of insane, right? That's kind of just amazing on its own. What prompted you to decide to write this one?
Well, our fans always love new recipes. And on vacation, we all love something a little sweet. So this new cookbook, new this month, has 35 brand new sweet recipes. It has 66 recipes from the vault. So it's 101 new sweets that you can make at home.
Wow, I imagine that, the tasting process of making a dessert cookbook is pretty fun. Lots of probably really fun. But what are the challenges?
Well, our book only has so many pages, and so my biggest challenge is how am I going to fit? There's so many amazing restaurants now. So many new recipes. So in a book, though, I need to have a little chocolate. You want to have some fruit.
Something tart, something sweet.
A little gluten-free.
A little gluten-free.
A little plant-based. All of those things are important. So that perfect mix is what makes the best food.
You've been able to do 29 books working along with Disney chefs. What is that like?
Are you kidding? It's the best job in the world. I mean, they're fun, they're super smart, they're bright, and they do love sharing their recipes with all of you.
They really, honestly, I've been able to talk with all of you this whole weekend, and it's really been amazing. Everyone's so wonderful and genuinely kind and cool. Back to the book, what is your favorite dessert right there?
Find a favorite child, but I'm going to have to
Every parent has one.
In this book, I think it's the peanut butter jelly milkshake for 50s prime time. Like that has been on the menu since 1989 when the restaurant opened at Disney's Hollywood Studios. And it's super easy. It's 4 ingredients. You can recreate that memory at home. Add a little bit of cream and cherry on top of it.
Wow, amazing. Okay, we have something that's a little bit of a surprise. Earlier, we chose 3 fans from the Destination D23 audience, and they're about to come out here and compete for a signed copy of your cookbook. So let's bring them out here. They don't know the challenge it is. Bring them out. Where's our people? Where's our favorites? All right, let's make some noise. Let's make some noise for Rachel and as well as our volunteers here. Make some noise. Okay, what's your name? Luke. Give it up for Luke, everybody. Kansas City. You're by yourself here. Okay. And what's your name? Where are you from? All right, Melissa, where are you from? Right here in Orlando. Melissa. And last but not least, Meg, where are you from? Meg from Orlando as well. Okay, Kansas City, you got a lot around today. Okay, so here's the thing. You're going to do a competition. I'm going to let Pam. I'm going to let you explain what they're doing.
Okay, this is pretty easy. All we want you to do is decorate those cookies. We don't want beautiful, we want yummy. So if you want something that looks like, oh, I'm going to pick this up and eat it right away. Don't don't go for beauty, go for yummy. And they have, how many seconds? 90 seconds.
90 seconds for the audience to give you lots of energy, am I right? All right, the best celebrating cookie wins 90 seconds. Everybody count down for 3 minutes. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go! Starting. We have 2 people starting with a white face. We have a chocolate over here from Megan. Amazing, beautiful, really incredible work right now. The piping is beautiful. Here, honestly, I'm seeing some good stuff. I'm seeing some good stuff. Come on. I don't know what I'm saying, so I got it down there. Great job, huh? Beautiful. Okay, I'm seeing where we're going. With this camera out here to get some action shots. Check out this. Check out this. What a happy little party going on right here. This looks lovely. Make some noise. Beautiful. And honestly, I can tell you're both from Orlando. Something about you is that there's some sort of something in sync here. Hold on. I love that we have sort of a bow and non-bow experience. Really incredible. Beautiful. Wow. Awesome job in 90 seconds especially. I can't choose a winner. This is too hard for me. Pam, it's up to you. You have to let them down, not me.
Okay.
Yeah. You're going to get a Halloween novelty that'll be give you guys backstage. Let's make some noise here. Because all of you are the official parts. Disney Parks is doing good right now, wherever it's controlled. Let's hear it for our contestants and for Pam as well. Everybody. Icing all over my hands. I don't know what I was thinking. I'm just licking my hands on the stage now. Okay! Now it's time for us to take a trip around the world to catch up on some of the Disney Beats news from the international parks before diving into the holidays back here at Walt Disney World and Disneyland. With the Yummy Scoop, please welcome back Chef John and Chef Ryan. Where should I go? I'll go here. Okay, all right. Now we're sitting, something that chefs are pretty explicitly not allowed to do, which is wild. I think it's the first time you've ever sat. Okay, well, I want you to take us around a trip around the world for our taste buds. Chef John, you're up first with Hong Kong Disneyland.
All right. We're already there.
We're here.
Okay, great. Hi. Well, the team is working hard at transforming Tahitian Terrace into Wayfinder's Haven, which is inspired by the legendary, the original Wayfinder Moana. They celebrated the adventure. So keep in mind, we're excited to announce the opening here is September 12th.
September 12th?
Yeah.
That's so soon.
All right. This quick service location will be celebrating all the timeless natures, or the adventure of, the timeless nature of adventure and explorations that you never know what's going to happen.
You never know what's going to happen. Okay, well, let's move on to Disneyland Paris, where things are getting a little bit spooky this Halloween season.
You like mystery?
I do love mystery.
Okay, good. There's a little mystery happening here at the Lucky Nugget Saloon. Now, it's kind of fallen into disrepair. They just had a big celebration honoring the Ravenswood daughter. So the locals have nicknamed this place the Unlucky Nugget. Yeah. Curious visitors should be warned their visit might be a little spirited. Yeah. Okay, but those brave enough to enter can do so during the Halloween festival.
You know, Disney Beach really knows how to celebrate Halloween with devilishly delicious food and beverage. But what else have you been brewing up at the Disney parks?
Well, again, some great storytelling. There's some inspiration by all the faces in the Phantom Manor. So you're going to see there's a Eclair collection that just is going to be introduced. Now, you're familiar with Eclairs.
I love an Eclair.
Yeah, okay, good.
Eclair, tissue pastry full of booze.
Did you say shoe pastry?
Shoe pastry.
All right, Chef.
Yeah.
Did you hear that, Chef? All right, Chef, keep everybody.
You know what it's on now.
Yeah. All right, think of Eclair as a delicate donut filled with vanilla custard and then a glaze over the top.
Yeah.
You ready?
We want one.
Okay. All right. Let's hop back to Hong Kong. All right. Now, there's a great drink that's being introduced, a bone-chilling drink called the Glowing Blood Bag drink.
What? Is that real? Yes. Are you kidding me? Look at that thing.
Yeah, it's a wonderful drink. Yeah, strawberry, grenadine, lemon tonic. Okay. All right. You know what happens when you go in after your first sip? You go for another, then another, and then it's all bone-chilling.
This is amazing. I really can't believe this.
It's all science.
This is so cool.
It's all science.
Chef Ryan, now you're in the hot seat. What do you have for us at Shanghai Disneyland?
John's always trying to outdo me. He always thinks his stuff is better than mine. All the time.
I'm sorry.
It's been happening for years. Actually, the team at Shanghai has been combining elements rich in symbolism that are dark and themed culinary creations. Many of the resort's popular snacks and signature items have been given a mysterious, dark makeover for Halloween. Such as these mini waffles with Wagyu beef sauce. You like Wagyu?
I do. I like it.
You like it in sauce?
I would like it.
Wagyu beef sauce.
I like the sauce.
Fantastic. Freshly baked waffles, drizzled with creamy mayonnaise, savory beef sauce. Offers a multitude of textures, layered experience, very unique, sweet, salty flavor, just delightfully lingers on your tongue.
I would like to have 6 of them.
And then the black sesame egg tart. Freshly baked with a crisp pastry crust, rich sesame flavored filling, this tart combines a hint of pleasant bitterness with the sweetness of egg and milk. Take a bite and enjoy the lingering flavor of roasted sesame.
Yes, I would like 6.
That's 12, you keep it track. And then the Tiger Tail Szechuan style pork sandwich. This Tiger Tail shaped sandwich features tender pork slices layered with crisp cucumber and slightly bitter arugula. Rich mushroom ragu, spicy Szechuan pepper sauce adds a bold, magical twist to every bite.
I'll take 6. I'll take 6. That sounds so good. That really does sound delicious. Chef John, can you top that?
Not so fast, Chef Ryan, not so fast, okay? Have you guys been to Tokyo Disney Sea's Yucatan Base Camp?
No.
Okay, alright. This is where, yeah. They're celebrating Dia de los Muertos with new menu items inspired by one of my favorite films from Pixar, Coco. And you remember watching Coco, those gorgeous marigolds, right? So you can just imagine where they're going to start with this inspired the team to create a beverage called Remember Me, right? Okay. I won't sing, but I can tell you. It's oranges, mandarins, tangerines. You get the story, right? Okay. And then you have pan de muerto, and then this is a classic soft bread, traditionally flavored with, what do you think the flavor is? Marigolds, orange? Okay, got it. What the colors on top of the bread?
Orange.
Well done. Orange. Okay, now, we need something savory. So we have the special set rice bowl, which is roasted salmon, grilled sausage, and then topped with salsa. quite satisfying.
A lot of S's just in general. These all sound so delicious, so I gotta get out there. I hope someday I can make it down and dust off my little passport here. Now, but what's going on here in the States? We're well into Halloween season, believe it or not. I actually feel like for the Disney fandom, Halloween starts about June 20th. But here, we're working our way toward the holidays, so Chef John, what are your teams working on at Disneyland for the holidays?
All right, back home again. Disney California Adventure, the place for festival holidays. You know what's great about that is you can go to all of these festive marketplaces to find your favorite holiday offerings, right? So I would say one not to be missed is the El Pastor mac and cheese. Yeah. You look like you know what El Pastor is.
I do know what El Pastor is, but just describe to me.
Yeah, I think there's a question in the audience. Okay, maybe they're wondering. Okay, so think about pork that's marinated in spices, chilies, pineapple, slow roasted until it's just golden brown, sliced, served over, creamy mac and cheese, crumbled crispy tortillas over the top, and some cilantro.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Come back.
Yeah. All right, and to wrap it up, what should I step on here? This is the Café de Olla Carousel cocktail. This is an adult beverage. Starts with coffee, then it has warm spices, house-made sugarcane syrup, condensed milk, and then you top it with sweet chocolate cream, and then a little pan dulce, a little sweet bite on the side.
Wow, incredible. I need that mac and cheese. Chef Brian, what about Walt Disney World? What about right here?
We're right here. So you might need some pen, paper, because I'm going to throw a lot of numbers at you right now. So here we have Epcot Festival, the holidays, from November 28th through December 30th. We have over 20 holiday kitchens with more than 160 offerings and close to 60 brand new items this year, including Mele Kakamalaga Holiday Kitchen, Kahlua pork with Okinawa sweet potatoes and mango salad. And what would the holidays be without gingerbread?
They wouldn't be the holidays at all.
They wouldn't. So good thing we have the experimental prototype cookie of tomorrow. The gingerbread milkshake.
All right, let's keep it going. Take us to Magic Kingdom.
Returning this year is the beloved Mickey's Very Merry Christmas Party, select nights November 7th through December 21st. Here we have specialty sips and bites, including Santa Surf Shack float, it's kind of hard to say, orange guava juice, coconut soft serve, and a spiced pineapple tree hop. And of course, more gingerbread for the holidays. Our gingerbread cake, tree-shaped gingerbread chiffon cake with cream cheese frosting, dulce ganache, red and green crispy pearls, and a cute little chocolate gingerbread piece right there. And then we're excited, over at Disney's Hollywood Studios, we've got Jollywood Nights back again this year. It's so fun. November 8th through December 22nd.
That's right, yeah. This is a separately ticketed, glamorous holiday party straight from Hollywood with sparkling decor, music, festive character greetings, spirited stage shows, and of course, holiday tastes and sips.
Yeah, Jollywood Nights is absolutely fantastic. And again, here we go. We have more than 80 exclusive food and beverage offerings. 25 of those are brand new. Let me tell you about two of my favorites, please. Raspberry lemon squares. Who doesn't love lemon squares? Like, that was one of Walt's favorite food items. Lemon. He loved lemon. Anyways, you probably did. Lemon filling, topped with raspberry powdered sugar, glazed raspberries. And we must end our holiday sneak peek with, you guessed it, gingerbread. You can also toast the holidays with a gingerbread whiskey mule, cinnamon whiskey, gingerbread syrup, lime juice, ginger beer, topped with a cute little gingerbread bite.
Wow, that sounds really festive and delicious. Thank you, Chef John, Chef Brian. It's too bad we have to wait till November to celebrate the holidays. But do we? Because straight from Jollywood Nights here with the holiday fair, let's hear it for Rachel and the Elegants!
You know me. Hearing about that gingerbread made me very, very hungry. And nothing bears with gingerbread better than a little jingle bells. A dashing Christmas.
November 8th through December 22nd at Hollywood Studios. And guys, this has been an afternoon filled with one delicious delight after another from Disney Eats. And for one final treat, please help me welcome our star chefs, Mickey Mouse and Minnie Mouse. Awesome. You know, Mickey, Minnie, thank you for helping. Along with all of today's chefs and panelists to make today and this afternoon so tasty. You really did. Can we hear for Mickey and Minnie? But also, I think it's also we gotta thank all of you, right? Without you, none of this would be possible. So thank you guys on behalf of Mickey, Minnie, and the entire Disney Eats team. Thank you.
Executive producer Don Hahn, and the voice of Kronk himself, Patrick Warburton.
Hi, everybody. Have you had a good day out there? Yeah. We've got a good better way to end the day than with Kronk. Yeah.
It's always fun for us. Always. It's so awesome to be here at D23 and celebrate 25 years of the... Don, thank you for helping change my life, because getting to be a part of the Emperor's New Groove really was the most spectacular and wonderful experience I've had thus far in the biz. Being the Disney file that I am, to get to be a part of that film, so special to me. So thank you, sir.
We had help. We had a great team of animators, Mark Miller, director, Randy, our producer. So you grew up in Southern California, so Disneyland itself must have meant something to you, and just kind of the Disney movies and that kind of thing. What are your early kind of Disney memories that pulled you into the culture?
Oh, Magic from the very beginning. The Sword in the Stone, I remember, as the very first animated Disney picture. Never made anybody breaks the magic that happens. Yes.
Oh, it's so good. And you had a big family too, didn't you?
Very large family, yes. Three younger sisters. Yeah. We were only allowed to watch 2 shows every week: Little House on the Prairie and The Wonderful World of Disney.
Yeah, it's a typical Southern California upbringing. So your first, I want to kind of track into Emperor's New Groove, but your earliest kind of acting jobs and that kind of thing were all over the map, sometimes literally, because didn't you've done a little bit of modeling early in your career.
I'm so glad you brought that up.
Well, we're all thinking about it. And you even did some movies early on in South Africa, and just, all over the map.
Yes.
And one of the things you mentioned was that you had run into Eartha Kitt at some point in your life before we got to the stage and started recording Emperor's New Groove. Because when you record, we don't often record together.
Right.
A lot of times it's just solo, and then it's kind of a surprise to cut it all together. But you had a very interesting career before we got to that.
Well, that was very, very curious, Don. And by the way, we call it print work, not modeling.
Oh dear.
But it's very curious to me, because sometimes, it's just curious how this universe, art imitates life, because I didn't really work with Eartha on the film, yet I worked with Eartha 10 years earlier in South Africa on these, Canon films with her and Olivery. And so I remember when I came back from Africa, Eartha Kitt was performing at the Roosevelt Hotel. I was only 22 years old. And I thought, I just had done a film with this kid. I'm going to go visit, I'm going to go watch her perform. So she was thrilled that I was there, and then she invited me up for tea afterwards. And then, so we were in her suite there, and she was sitting on one end of the couch, and I was on the other, and she was petting this white furry creature. To this day, I couldn't tell you if it was a dog or a cat because of her hair, all the way down his face. And she was going, "Darling, how are you?" And I just felt terribly strange and outclassed and uncomfortable. And after about 15 minutes, I just quickly exited the room.
You made the right choice.
Yes, but it's just so odd, because then when I saw the Emperor's New Groove and I saw the Kronk, especially the dinner scene when Kronk, exits into the kitchen and Cusco's there with her, and he says, "He seems nice," and she goes, "He is," like that. And I just thought it's so odd that Kronk and Gizmo were actually in real life sitting on a couch 10 years earlier, and so very, very strange.
It was meant to be.
Meant to be.
I remember when we brought you in for the first time, and we were searching for the character of Kronk. I wasn't even sure it was going to be in the movie. And we brought you in, and we put up a lot of drawings, some of which are up on the screen right now. And the next slide are some of the earliest drawings of Kronk and Gizmo together, and I think those started to suggest what the character would be. Because Kronk isn't a villain necessarily. He's obviously a great cook, and obviously someone who's kind of a sidekick. But he has this really unusual relationship and a terrific six-pack. So what were you thinking when you came in that first day and met with us on the soundstage at Disney Studios?
Well, I desperately wanted this, and Disney's very secretive, as we know about, so I didn't get a script. I only had 4 pages of a Kronk and an Yzma, and so not even sure what a Kronk is. Is it an ogre, a robot? But I could, discern that he was a reticent henchman. Now, he could have sounded a little bit darker like this. It's a shame that we're going to miss that dessert that I worked so hard on. But I decided to make him sound a little bit spirited. I brought him down here like that, and it's just a little bigger. And it was great that y'all, sort of responded to that. Because what I found, I feel, and you tell me if I'm wrong, is that there's so many creators, everybody involved in a project like this, and there can be pages of a character description, but sometimes I don't think that you all know what a character sounds like until you hear perhaps what he sounds like. So that's what I always tell like voiceover artists, go in there really with something, make a choice so that they don't have to direct you. Be able to take direction, but show them perhaps something that they respond to.
Yeah, it's totally true. You can imagine being an animator or a director and having you do that voice finally that has a little break in it. It's like the best day in your life because you know the animators will be able to pick that up and do something with it. And that's, I think, it really sealed the deal and made it something really special. Kronk, though, and I mentioned this just now, that it wasn't always a lock in the movie in terms of being in the film, because there were a lot of people and some executives who just thought, well, he doesn't have a crucial part in the plot. And a lot of the writing had to prove that this character was worthy and that this character would be in the plot. And I don't know that you knew this was going on.
I did not know that was going on. I had no idea that I was fighting for my life.
Yes. We were fighting for you. And Dave,
I don't think Sting was.
Well, we can talk about Sting.
He went in a different direction.
Yeah.
Should I have said nothing?
No, listen, Sting is fantastic.
I love Sting.
We do.
I love him to death.
You also love Eddie Vedder.
I do. Eddie Vedder. Knew we'd have Pearl Jam fans out here. Knew it.
Okay, back on the script. So you were on the stage, and we were literally fighting. And Dave Reynolds, our writer, was a comedy writer. He worked for Conan O'Brien. He got an Oscar nomination for Finding Nemo. He wrote this scene. He wrote a dinner scene, and that was going to be the proof. And we had the equivalent of a table read in the room, and we recorded you, and we started playing that for the executives and saying, God, if only they would buy this and it would work. And our cast was fantastic. I mean, look at these people. David Spade, who, again, you didn't record with, I don't think, on the spot. You worked with him a lot later. But, so we put that scene together. Here's a little clip of Patrick recording those many years ago. Just kind of show you the real Patrick at work. Let's take a look.
I have the same look.
I don't think so. Wrestled you in high school. No. Oh, yeah, this character's interpretive dance. 2 semesters I was using the back to my regains.
The inflection gives these lines, just gives them weight, gives them believability, and makes them real. And that really helps the character come through.
The other thing in our favor was we were a B movie. I don't think anybody really paid a lot of attention to Emperor's New Groove. A lot of other movies with a lot of other distractions. And in the end, we had like a year to get it done. And people, it's like whatever you can do, try to get it done and make it a comedy. And I think in a funny way that really empowered everybody to just go off the tracks a little bit when it came to the writing. And then we were inspired by you guys. So that dinner scene I was talking about, do you remember recording that? Because we asked you to improv a lot. We asked you to talk about your culinary skills. We asked you to talk about spinach puffs. And those things were so odd for a Disney villain. Do you remember when you first read those sides and those pages? Like, what were you thinking that these guys were doing with my character?
I didn't find myself like confused or even curious. It was just, just dive right in,
Yeah.
Whatever it is that gets put in front of you, just make it work, and have fun with it,
Right. Well, it was a leap of faith, and thankfully it did work out. And one of the things we brought along today, which we're really happy to share, is the Emperor's New Groove has had a lot of love lately, which you've heard today. The wall of sound from So for the first time in its history, we've restored the film and are putting it up on the big screen at the El Capitan in Los Angeles. It hasn't ever had a restoration. I think people love it now, and I think thanks to you all and the fan base for this film, the studio is starting to see that it's a little belated treasure that we all have. So in the middle of November, the El Capitan is going to show this, and so we brought along a clip, and it's the restored dinner scene that was almost cut out of the movie, with a character that was almost cut out of the movie, and I just want to publicly apologize for all that.
We're good.
It's a cathartic moment. While I gather my thoughts.
And hold on to things.
So nice.
Just let them go.
Thank you so much. Right, I'm going to gather myself emotionally while we watch this restored version of the dinner scene from Emperor's New Groove. Here we go.
I think Davey is the most like this character in this.
It's true, yeah. What does it feel like seeing that clip after a few years have gone by and hearing this reaction?
Oh, it's fantastic. I mean, listen, this is a film that really hit afterwards, right? Yeah. Not so much in theaters, but I think everybody growing up in DVDs and it's had it's just such a great life throughout the years there, so it's great to see the response and that everybody still loves it, and that there are those growing to love the film now.
Yeah. I mean, you're doing a great thing right now. You're touring with your stand-up comedy. And I just want to talk about that because you must run into fans of your work from Family Guy, now part of the Walt Disney family. You must run into people across the country because you've been touring for a while, which is a new thing for you, isn't it?
I do. Yes. I don't think we're ever going to have a Quagmire character in the park, but...
No. Well said.
But we were talking about, well, there are different things that people respond to. But Kron throughout the years, yes, Simon, stuff, almost anything.
And you have many kids and many dogs, don't you? Tell us about your personal time, because I was on social media one day, as one does, and ran across this picture of you, and I just thought, what is this? What are you doing here?
Well, my son Talon just made us grandparents. So he's about 7 months old now. His name is Miles Patrick Warburton. And so when he was only about a month old, he was at the house and Talon wanted to do something with the boy, so he just had to pick the phone up and then we just did this thing, kind of spur of the moment, and it was pretty well received.
Really well received. Let's take a look at it right now.
All right, Miles, we're going to do the sequel to There we do. What do you think? This is a brand new ceiling outside. It's pretty cool. It's pretty interesting. What do you think about that? Yeah, that's right. There wasn't any of it. It's almost better. Excuse me? Hang on, please. You guys are all so stupid. Why? That's a beautiful thing.
Those are my 3 boys right there. 2 of them are actors, and the one who came at the very end, Shane, is actually a pilot, and he seemed to steal the show. He's actually here tonight, my son Shane. The moment you got discovered, Shane.
It's so great to see you guys together. And obviously, Kronk & Sons should be a Disney Plus program at some point in the future. We did work with Sting, who was a cool guy, and we changed this movie so much. while we were making it, which is a topic for another day. But there was never really a Kronk song.
No.
Why is that?
You tell me. We've done it.
We always thought that you had your own theme music you carried with yourself all the time, that we wouldn't need a song for you, so we may have been wrong.
That we did do that, and I don't know, Maria Shucks, I don't even know what to do right now. Are you asking me with your eyes to do this?
I'm not asking you anything. I was just curious because we had Sting recorded. No, it's okay. We had Sting do a number of things for the movie. It's going to be a long night, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Kuzcotopia we're all looking forward to. Sting wrote a number of songs. One of my favorites really is just the opening song of the movie, which we had Tom Jones sing. Which is a whole other experience because we went to Las Vegas and recorded it because he had his show on in Las Vegas. And then we had to animate Irish dancers. And so we brought Irish dancers in to animate. And the things you do in the cartoon business are sometimes unspeakable. Listen, I think it's the end of a long day, and we need to end with some music. Yes. Would you like to sing anything, or do you want to just keep going?
You know what? Let's bring out the pro.
Let's bring out a professional, ladies and gentlemen, like us. Before we do, let's have one last round of applause for Mr. Patrick. One of our beloved colleagues who's been with us all day, who we adore, is going to come out here and, well, you'll see for yourself. Please welcome back to the stage the incomparable Michael James Scott.
We have these. Here we have to do a little good stuff, y'all. I love it. What a way to end the day. Yes. What a spectacular day, too, by the way, right?
We had
a time.
amazing
day. Cannot wait to get started with our Kuzcotopia splash party over at Lagoon. So we have a few quick housekeeping notes to give you before we head over there. Real quick, at 7:15, the shuttles will depart from Coronado Springs and ESPN Wide World of Sports. All other resorts, the shuttles will start to leave at 7:30. And if you drive your own vehicle or if you're going to Uber or Lyft over there, the parking lot will open at 7:30. The party is from 8 until 11 o'clock tonight, and the shuttles will go until 11:30. So, you don't want to miss a thing. We're all going to be there in our suits, going down some slides. I hope you'll enjoy it and you'll join us. And have a good time. And let's hear it again for incredible Disneyland.
guys so much for hanging out with us. Make sure you hit the thumbs up and you watch for all the notifications of our D23 live streams.
So we didn't do an afternoon stream, so this one's not going to send you to tomorrow's stream.
You're going to have to check the link.
Yeah, had we switched over links, you'd automatically get sent to tomorrow's stream.
Well, even more reason why you need to hit the thumbs up, you need to hit the subscribe so that you notice when we go live tomorrow. And tomorrow morning should be the villains panel. So we see a lot of questions about the panels. Sometimes Disney decides that they are not allowing film or video of the panels. If we get notice of that, we have to turn the camera off. But otherwise, we are free to record and video most things. So just make sure that you hit the subscribe and hang out with us. And we anticipate, Dan, whoa! We anticipate to see the villains panel along with you guys and stream it tomorrow. Come on, you guys, hit that subscribe.
lights on. It's not letting me do it.